Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota.
Law-Splaining the Interwebs.
Shut up.
My guest is echoing heavily.
I order you to be quiet.
I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me today is special guest, me, coming through Ty Beard's iPad.
Yes. Well, you know.
Well,
how are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Well, I'm trying to get my screen sorted. And I lost situational awareness of my iPad. And, well, you know, one thing led to another. And there we go.
Well, at least you're dressed nice.
Well, yeah, I've been meaning to have a word with you about, you know, dressing like a hobo. I really think you need to get a haircut and a shave and, you know,
you're not my dad. Oh, you over there telling me I need to get a shave. All right, General Burnside.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, I'm going to take
different.
The weed whacker to your face.
Yeah. Well, ask yourself, do you really actually want to see more of my face? You know, that's you know.
You can say the harsh jokes. That's mean.
Yeah.
That's mean.
Yeah.
I have never been mean in my entire life, so I will continue to be nice.
No, I've always thought of you as someone who simply makes people understand where their interests lie and you know, the limits to their theories and things like that. You're a giver, really.
Really, yes. I do a public service. And that's what I always try to do.
I think so.
Why didn't I do a stream last night? Well, last night was Thursday. And as we are all aware by now, Thursdays are the potential days for a decision in the Vic Mignogna case. And since there was no decision and I had a bunch of other stuff to do, including spending some time with my subscribers that are on locals and are in the Discord, I went ahead and hung out with them and worked on some other projects. So that's why I did not do a stream last night. Thank you guys for indulging me and not doing one. But you know, I didn't really have a full show prepped or anything, and I didn't want to come waste time for people. Plus, I've been neglectful of my subscribers, and I need to make sure and
make
hang out with
amends.
them. Yes.
In fact, beg for absolution. I'm getting someone saying that I'm coming through on the microphone. I am recovering from a cold. That may be part of it.
Are you coming through too loud or too quiet?
They said I sounded like I was in a submarine or something. I don't know what they say.
It's probably just your recovering cold.
That's yes.
That's most likely it.
It is apparently part of God's plan for me that I will now get everything that goes around for the next few years of my life. Because in the last 2 years, I've gotten sicker more than I did since my daughters were young. You know, when you got young kids, you know.
Yeah, you get sick all the time.
It's like having a disease incubator. It's like your own little Wuhan lab in your house. You know?
Now that has not been confirmed, even though all the liberal funny men get to say it now.
Wasn't Jon Stewart a riot?
It's pretty funny.
I don't know what was funnier though. Was him doing it, or was it Colbert's look of abject horror?
Yeah,
and complete impotence to do anything about it. It was glorious, whatever it was.
It was great. I just wish conservatives could say it.
Yeah.
We are still forbidden from talking about that. So I will say that we are not making any statements about the Wuhan lab theory other than in pure jest. Jest and for the purposes of comedy. If you are trying to get medical advice from a YouTube channel, you probably should also seek therapy. So there you go. There's our contravailing statement. But anyway,
our please, pretty please don't delete us.
Don't treat us like all the others. Well,
You know?
deletion is
Well, I for
going.
one welcome our new YouTube overlords.
Yes, yes.
and as a valued member of the legal profession, I can help them run down people to toil in their underground YouTube caves.
Susan, I will send orphans as tribute. Please don't yeet the channel. I will send them for you to eat, and it is fine. It is fine. Just not in public. No, the cancellation, the full-on termination of channels is going around. Some friends of mine we talked about the other day, Doug TeNapel and my man Q, both of them got yeet deleted off of YouTube. And then two of the premier Twitch thoughts got deleted today, actually.
I didn't know they deleted thoughts.
They haven't been, but they did. Amaranth and Indie Fox. Amaranth was one of the top female streamers on Twitch. And Indie Fox was very, very high up there.
I thought you were about to say strippers, and it occurred to me, is there actually a distinction?
Look, if you paint your clothing on, you don't have to strip it off.
Ooh.
But,
okay. That's a distinction.
I don't know what happened. I don't know why they are deleted specifically. I mean, they toe the line on violating Twitch's policies against sexual conduct pretty much by just existing. But that being said, I'm not a fan of cancellations. But
no.
Yeah, I don't know what they did specifically wrong. Was it the camera on booty thing? Was that what it was doing? No, okay, so this is what these girls were doing lately. So okay. Twitch is this amazing animal because it goes in waves and trends. And you can find out like when one thought figures out a money formula because all of the other thoughts start falling in line pretty quickly.
Oh, okay.
And so what some thought figured out, and I don't even know.
So it's like she thought, is that how that would work?
Well, it's like
thought Magnus or.
But they can come from any level of thought can come up with an idea, right? Like so,
but it
wasn't
propagates, woof.
Yeah. Right. It's like some low level thought, like some dirty kind of scuzzy with bad teeth or whatever. She's the first one who dunked in a hot tub, and then all the others went, wait a minute, and then like it spread like gonorrhea or whatever. That's how the hot tub streaming started. So someone else figured out a new thing to do, and it was to lay on the bed wearing yoga pants with a camera right on their ass and their legs bent, and then they whispered into the microphone with their face like way away from the screen. This is just an ass cam for like hours and hours and hours. And they would just have different patterned yoga pants on or whatever. That was... And, of course, guys are just sitting there like, money, 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 money. And it's like, stop. You're never getting past the yoga pant barrier. You won't even get to see the yoga pant barrier. It's behind a screen and thousands of miles.
My uncle, Harold Randall, Uncle Rayford, they fought World War II in Korea. They fought the Nazis and the Chinese, okay? And beat them. And I just hope that we are opaque to the inhabitants of heaven. I really do.
You just in a very boomer way said every day we stray further and further from God's light.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because I don't know what's worse. Look, I am not a prude, and I, of course, have always long appreciated the female form. Since I was, I never went through that phase of hating girls because they were icky. Girls were always interesting to me.
Right.
I mean, and especially once I discovered that they were different in very delightful ways. But anyway, but I don't know what bothers me more. Actually, I think I do know what bothers me more. The thoughtery bothers me, but we've always had that at some.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's as a matter of degree, it's worse. But it's the men debasing themselves. Well, and of course, I say men with air quotes. It's like As the great Frankie Valli in The Four Seasons said, walk like a man, talk like a man. You know, no woman's worth crawling on this earth. I mean, his father gave him the key advice that every man should hear from somebody is, don't. How do you look yourself in the mirror? After you do that, I mean, it's.
I want to do.
I know simp's gonna simp, but
no, I was gonna do something very risky. Well, I'm gonna do something that no one should ever do. I'm gonna stand up for the simps for just a moment, because I don't think it's entirely their fault. I think that the screen itself is a short circuit to biology, and that there's a biological imperative for men to engage in the provision of resources and protection for women, and that this sort of use of sexuality through the screen engages that biological imperative, and men go for that move, even though, like, if they rationally and logically thought through this, they know that their money doesn't matter to the, like, it's not going to get them the result, right? But that's not it's not, they're not getting to that level. They're getting into the primal, into the amygdala or whatever. It's like when they did those studies on what bikinis did to men. Did you ever see those? Like they
smile really big.
Sort of, but they did even better studies on bikinis. What they did was they showed men a bunch of pictures of women in one-piece swimsuits, and they showed men a bunch of pictures of women in bikinis, right? Like two different groups. And then they showed them a bunch of tools afterwards. And the men who saw the women in one-piece swimsuits had, like, utilitarian descriptions of the tools, like a wrench applies torque, a hammer applies force, stuff like that.
I know where this is going.
The men who looked at the women in bikinis changed from the utilitarian perception of the tool to the utilitarian perception of themselves. So I wrench on things, I hammer nails, not the tool doing the work, but the man doing the work.
That's plausible. It's very plausible.
Yeah.
The problem with a lot of this research is bullshit, but that's plausible.
Yeah, but it was basically just it was a minor short circuit. That's all it was. Yeah. And that's what they found. Well, they're like, okay, the more of the female form the man is exposed to, the little bit more primal that he gets. It turns the rationale back just a little bit. And I think that the screen and the thoughtery combined turns it back just enough to override that rationale in a lot of guys, and then they go into lizard mode and they go into provision, and they think that their brain is just telling them provide, and so they do. I think that's what's going on.
Okay, well, if that's true, knock it off, guys.
Yeah, well, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Correct.
Okay, fine. Even I sometimes, amaze myself at how much I am me. Sorry about that.
God, what we should do is we should just sell, like they sell just a little wallet-sized digital picture with a speaker on it. Yeah, and it's just you.
Knock that shit off.
And it's connected up, and every time they turn on a thought stream on Twitch, it just goes, knock that shit off, right back to their face. It's just stapled onto their computer screen.
Listen, I am enough of an altruist that I would certainly allow that device to be. Well, that's the age-old nature versus nurture argument that we thrash about all the time. And it's not a counter argument, because I actually find it very plausible what you're saying. But, men have always had to overcome their biology.
Yeah.
To some degree.
Right.
That is part of being a man.
And I think
okay, guys, act like men.
But I
You know?
think that the separation that we get, right? Like they're not anywhere near the woman for her to look at them and go, ew, right? Like that, because that's what
Mhm.
happens if you do this at a bar. Like
Right.
if you go
Right.
at a bar, if you imagine transferring thoughterry into the real world,
Oh
and like
God, no.
you go
Yeah,
to a
no. That's
bar and
it's
just stare at some chick in yoga pants' ass, like right up close, and start talking to her and even throwing dollars at her,
yeah.
one, you'll probably get killed. But two, she'll look at you and go, gross. Right. And that's the social reinforcement that you get for this behavior. But well, like behind a screen and far away, there's no way for that to occur. And instead the women encourage it, and they don't give the ew response because it's safe. It's completely
Yeah, right.
safe.
Yeah, they have the best of all worlds if you're going to be that way because they don't actually have to be around this creepy behavior.
Right.
Well, and I want to make it real clear. This is not a moral criticism. Men have always liked to look at beautiful and sexy women, and we always are going to. That's just the way we are.
I don't know. Some men these days, I'm not so sure.
Well, yeah, but so the whether or not you should be doing that from a moral standpoint, take that up with your pastor or whoever it is that you look to for your moral guidance. I don't do that. But I'm just saying, one man to another male, for God's sakes, knock that shit off. Because I have this vague but persistent belief that every time a male does that, all of us men die just a little bit. Maybe it's just at like the atomic level, right, or at the quantum level. But every time a man does that, it weakens us all. It's just it's like that belief that kids have that that one day they'll be struck blind and then their parents will pay. They talk about on the Christmas story. It's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I just, for God's sakes, don't debase yourself. Okay, you're worth more than this, whoever you are.
Oh, speaking of a Christmas story, this is a nice tangent. I was at Walmart the other day and I bought a gun, but not a gun. Okay. It launches projectiles, but the projectiles are these little things. Have you seen these? They're called Orbeez, and they're little beads that absorb water, and they grow to about, like somewhere between 6 and 10 millimeters in diameter, spheres. And they'll fill a bowl with them and put a bunch of crap in it for a centerpiece, like something. But they're water. That's all they are. They're water and like silicone or something, so they just absorb and they fill up. And then you can technically dry them out and reuse them or whatever, but it's kind of a pain. But they're these little
fires those?
Yes, it's a gun that fires these things. They're 7.5 millimeters and they're full of water, and it fires.
It's a spitball gun
at 200 feet per second, and it's full auto.
Wow.
It's 8 rounds a second, full auto.
And are they wet? Are they wet when they fire them?
Yeah, I mean, but
oh my God, it's like an automatic spitball gun.
Yeah, if they hit you, it hurts like sin.
I bet it does. Water is, ask any pilot who's ever crashed into the soft water of the ocean.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Or anyone that's done a belly flop for that matter.
Right. And this water is encased in like some sort of, someone said it's,
so it has nowhere to go.
It's a polycarbonate or something, but
wow.
It's, what did someone say? Polyacrylate. So like, when they hit a surface, like if you shoot them directly at a wall or whatever, they obliterate and they leave a little wet spot or whatever. But yeah, I was hoping to like have my kids run around shooting each other. I thought that would be funny. But before I could do that, I had to get tested on me. And so I had Lady Rackets shoot me with it, which is a terrible
so when you
plan.
got through crying like a girl, you said, maybe not.
No, so I turn around backwards, right? One, I don't trust her aim because I've known this woman forever. So I'm like, okay, just shoot me in the back a couple times. She was probably 25, 30 feet away. And she starts just blam, blam, blam. And I'm like, okay.
Please stop. Like,
okay,
stop.
yep. Not acceptable. Not acceptable for the children at all. It's very painful. I turn around and start.
The bad thing is she goes, "Are you sure?"
Yeah, I turn around and start walking closer, and she just rails one right into my chest. And I'm like, oh, God,
you just had to know that was coming. I mean,
yeah, but I wasn't wearing goggles or anything, and I was like, woman, what are you doing? You could have shot me in the face.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right, with absolutely no remorse whatsoever.
None.
It's not even a pro forma apology. It's not even that good. I'm sorry.
The ones that hit my back didn't leave any marks, but this is a couple days ago. I still have a bruise on my chest from the one. It's
that in no way sounds like that would be fun.
No, but they are fun to shoot.
200 feet per second. Crap, that's.
Yeah, and eight rounds a second, full auto, and the magazine holds 400 of the little suckers. So you're just like,
wow. Well, that would let you test machine gun tactics.
Yeah. If you were wearing like a sweatshirt or whatever, it would be a lot of fun. They hurt.
Yeah. If you were properly armored, and of course that would actually be somewhat reasonable, right? Because modern soldiers are armored, so there could be. Yeah. I might have to look into that. I've missed the BB gun wars of my youth.
Right. Yeah, and airsoft.
When we were kids, we didn't fire water at each other. We fired stuff made out of steel.
Yeah, and they have the airsoft, which is the plastic. But some of those airsoft guns, those things crank up the feet per second a little bit further. Those can get pretty serious. They can hurt.
If you let males be involved in that and you give them any ability whatsoever to increase the danger, that will happen.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things that we had to outlaw, believe it or not, in our BB gun wars when I was a kid was no pump guns.
Yeah.
You get somebody who would pump that thing 30 times up. Whap!
When they're struggling to do that last pump, they're like,
no. Yeah, because the thing would hit with the impact of a 22. I used to shoot rabbits in our garden with a BB gun. It was one and done. You pump that thing up 15, 20 times is all it took. And it would kill them outright. The one cock Daisy BB guns were, it'd break the skin. And I've dug a BB out of a friend's lip before with a pocket knife. Oh God, those were so much fun.
Yeah, so this is like those, a little bit safer. And yeah, if you were wearing like a
you won't dig one of those out of a kid's lip.
No. No, if you were wearing like a canvas shirt and some blue, some not tight fitting blue jeans, they probably would really not hurt that much at all for most of the impacts. They'd be a lot of fun. Yeah. And all it is water and this like degradable plastic stuff, but
high tech, basically, the high tech airsoft, I guess, sort of thing. That's what's it called again? I want to write that down.
I don't know. I'll have to.
I have this thing called a pen, and you write on this paper.
I don't have the box for it, but I'll send you a picture of it.
Send me a.
They're at Walmart. They're like $60, and the ammo is dirt cheap. It's like 20,000 rounds cost like $6.
Oh, that is that. Yeah. Well, you see, that's the dirty little secret about guns. It's actually not much of a secret at all. They're just a lot of fun to shoot.
Yep. Splatterball gun. Yeah, that's it.
Splatterball. Oh,
Splat-R-ball gun. Thank you for finding that thing.
Gun. Outstanding.
Before
we get into our stuff, I need to just go ahead and reprimand you for the deep, dark betrayal?
Yes.
I'm really disappointed.
I don't even know what it was, but
I
deserve.
No, but you should have known.
I deserve it, and because of that, I know that you deserved the betrayal in the first place.
No, I do not. And I think you might actually agree with me that this is a betrayal that was totally undeserved and was way beyond the pale.
What is this?
It came to me. I was informed of this. Thank God I didn't have to see it with my own eyes. You actually had a watch party where you watched Team America, and somehow I didn't know and wasn't involved. How long have we looked for the perfect movie?
That was an oversight.
Kind of
You're
was.
I deserve whatever fiery oratory you can dish out. That was cruel of me.
I chose not to give in to rage and hate. I'm going to be more measured and calculating in my vengeance.
Oh, should I turn on my personal Iron Dome then, as I expect the missiles are coming?
No. I am harsh but fair, and I will. Your punishment will be just. So I don't know. Maybe at some point, I had no idea Team America was even an option.
I didn't either. It's one of those, they added it in under cover of darkness. Like it was just one day it was on, and I was so excited. I was like, Team America's on here. Yes, we're doing it, right?
We might have to just do it again.
Oh, I can.
That might.
It's okay. I could watch that movie any number of times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we are going to send you a letter telling you we are angry.
Yeah. And Briggs.
Briggs. Oh no. Hi, Hodge.
No, that movie's fantastic. Everything about it is great. Everything about it.
Oh man. I can't say enough things about it. Now, was this the uncut version?
No, unfortunately, it's the regular cut version.
Well, I'll tell you what, creepy puppet porn.
Well, I mean, that's still in there. It's just worse and longer in the uncut version.
It's definitely worse.
Yeah,
it's definitely worse. But yeah,
I just love the stupid little cantina. Jihad.
or where Kim goes, why is everybody so fucking stupid?
Yeah.
The Film Actors Guild.
Yes.
Sorry, let's just watch the thing. That'll be a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
Anyway, but your betrayal was complete.
It was. Sorry. I betrayed you harder than Mr. Mistopheles betrayed that one guy.
Yeah. Alec Baldwin, you're useless, Alec Baldwin.
Don't out act.
Okay.
You can't out act me, boy.
We got to call a lid on this because we literally won't get to anything else if we keep this up.
That's true.
We're going to need the stream's help.
Yeah. No more Team America mentions.
Stop goading us. Okay.
Okay. Well,
I have my obligatory cane, by the way.
Good, because I'm going to need you to shake it today, because we're going to
wave it.
There's
something vaguely unsettling about shaking it.
Yeah. Waving a cane. I guess is better.
I did show you the built-in flask. Yes, this is my supply. Yes, this is. I think this is Gentleman Jack. I'm not sure. By the way, I participated in a genuine whiskey tasting.
Yeah, I heard
at North Texas RPG Con, and enjoyed it.
You're more refined now, just a little bit.
It's possible. It could happen. No, I learned something actually very important about how to drink whiskey straight. I've always had a love-hate relationship with whiskey straight. When I was younger, I did it, but I was stupid when I was younger, and I did a lot of things that I shouldn't have done. But I learned. I did actually begin to appreciate what you're talking about on a smooth whiskey.
Yeah.
Because it was really cool. Eric Tinker, my friend, Tinker's Tavern, he streams all the time. He actually streamed the test, and the guy that put it on was amazing. He built a wooden case, okay, and inside the wooden case were I don't know how 10 or 12, however many there were, boxes with that opened up with magnetic tops, and inside were vials. 6 vials of whiskey numbered. We didn't know. And so what we did is we drank number 1, and then we'd all sit around and compare it and on and on. And there was one that was really, and I've got my notes somewhere. I don't have it in front of me, but there was one in particular that I could sit straight and enjoy. There was the one that tasted like battery acid. There was the one that I said tasted like new car smell. And
that sounds horrifying.
I think I told you earlier. Yeah, there was one that was at first it was perceived as very strong because it was burning,
Yeah.
But it's like, no, that's not the alcohol. They put pepper in this thing or something like that. And that wasn't it. It was some whiskey that they cured or aged in Tabasco sauce barrels.
See, I want to try that immediately.
Yeah, if you like spicy food, you'd probably really enjoy it. I didn't care for it, but it was fine. But anyway, that was a really cool thing to do because, if you're not a regular whiskey drinker, and I'm not straight, bourbon all kind of tastes the same. I hate to say that, but it kind of does.
All I heard was
I told you.
I heard you say I heard you say I'm not straight. So that was good.
Well,
that was perfect.
Yeah. Well, the vengeance is coming, and it will continue as long as I deem it appropriate. But but to do it just one after the other like that, there was a great way to do it. And the vials, the total amount of in the 6 vials was like 2 shots.
Right.
So no one got drunk really. It was nice little buzz.
I did a whiskey tasting at a Kentucky Derby party a couple years ago.
And that doesn't sound like that's going to go the same way.
It was and it was at a priest's house. So it was at a church rectory. So it was even better. This is full Catholic. You got
to admit the papists are onto something.
Yep.
When it comes to the booze.
One of the priests from the rectory is from Bourbon County, Kentucky. And so one of the guys went down and he did the bourbon trail. He brought back a bunch of whiskeys and it was a full on bourbon tasting, I should say. It was bourbon exclusively. And so we're sitting around and they had 10 bourbons and they did not have them in little vials. We had 10 and they were pouring, roughly half shots, roughly. And they had a little bowl you could spit it into, and I'm sitting there just pounding them.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Well,
I don't think you can appreciate a sipping whiskey without swallowing it, though.
Right?
No. I mean that's part of the. I understand the idea.
But I finished every glass. That was the trick. Because some people would take a sip and they're like, "Oh, I don't like that one," or "I do," and then they'd set their glass aside and get a new one for the next one. I'm a pure trooper. I went through. My 10th review, the final review of the whiskey, which was great. It was a Michter's Select 10-year bourbon. And it was something like, I can't feel my face, but this is the best whiskey I can think of right now. That was, it was quite good. Quite good. Strongly recommend doing a Kentucky Derby party. Also, it's about the whitest thing I can imagine doing. And
yes.
We dressed up. We dressed up. We had the hats and everything. I got Lady Rackets a huge hat that she wore, and it was a lot of fun.
That's Anyway, that was quite enjoyable. But and of course, as always seems to happen in these Pepsi Challenge deals, the whiskey that was the pretty much unanimous favorite for smoothest and easiest drinking and all that was very moderately priced. It wasn't the cheapest, but it was surprising to the whiskey connoisseurs actually.
Sure. Yeah, I've found the more expensive whiskeys, they tend to have a complex and distinct flavor. They are not what you would want to have as like a daily driver whiskey that's just kind of smooth and passive. That's the whole point of paying, 3 figures to 4 figures for a bottle, is you want something that's going to grab your attention, and grab onto your face and hold on to it. And I think that's kind of the point of them. Well, let me hit a couple of these early chats, and then I've got a couple quick show announcements, and then we'll get started. Morty J says, Nick and Ty, happy Friday to you both. Nick, there's a Netflix show, Chef's Table, and the first episode talks about Snow's barbecue in Texas. Pitmaster tells how she only uses salt and pepper to season, no sauce. Nick is right. Yeah, that's a Texan thing. A lot of, especially with beef, you don't need to add a bunch of BS to beef to make it taste good. Salt and pepper. And Franklin's barbecue is roundly considered to be one of the best briskets in the world that you can get. It's salt and pepper, half coarse salt, half coarse ground black pepper. That's it. That's all you need.
I enjoy it either way. I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
But I like, I can take it either way.
Yeah, it's but you don't need anything else. There can be benefits. I've had, very good barbecue rubs that are more complicated than salt and pepper, but get your salt and pepper barbecue technique down before you start delving and worrying about the seasoning. Frederick Little says, "Hey, Nick and Ty, hope all is well with you both. Ty, will you be joining Nick's Wednesday night live stream with Vic?" I think it'd be awesome to have you and Drexel on along with Nick and Vic. I think that's a terrible idea.
I can't imagine a worse idea, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably could if I really put my mind to it, but just off topic. No, this is Vic's deal. I'm going to be watching.
Right.
Actually, all kidding aside, I have a probably long mediation that day that will go very likely to go well into the night, and I'm going to be completely depleted because I'm there. I'm not even actually the lawyer of record on the case. I'm there to basically lean on our client and say, you've got to be reasonable. Sure. And that happens sometimes. We all have roles. And I've noticed, by the way, we're getting new Amazon Legion of Doom shirts.
Oh, nice.
And we have I haven't seen it yet, but we apparently have a new logo.
There you go. But yes, that's one of the show announcements. Of course, Wednesday night of next week, 11 p.m., Vic will be on, just me and Vic. We will do the interview people have wanted for 2 years now, and it will be just us kind of going through things, getting his reactions and perceptions to, from the beginning all the way through kind of the case to see how he's doing now, what's been going on in his life. It'll be, I'm hoping to make it a comprehensive interview because I know people have lots of questions, and I know that there's untold parts of the story, and there's only one person who can tell that story, and that's Vic. So that's the that's it. Some people have asked, like, why do it? Why do it now? And it's like, well, because now's the time, I guess, to tell the story. It's just how things worked out.
This is when he was ready to do it. I mean, that's the deal. Just Nick, Vic, and Vic's gay pants. Well, all I can say is it takes a confident man to wear
the gay pants may get addressed on stream.
Yeah. You're a pro. I know you'll deal with it, but I think it'll be very interesting for anybody that's not really that familiar with Vic to get a kind of a good idea of the kind of guy he is. He really is a good guy, and I say that as his friend, not as attorney. As I said 2 years ago, God, it's hard to believe. 2 years ago, I wouldn't have taken the case if I thought he had done any of those things. And I wouldn't have taken the case if any of my almost entirely female staff had gotten a single creep vibe from him. And so, he had to run that gauntlet, basically. And they were like, no, he's not. And, one woman can get it wrong, but 7 or so, no, that's not likely.
Speaking of creep vibes, you were at the North Texas RPG Con.
I was.
I found out. So you're on mission, right? Like you're in the trenches. You're behind enemy lines. You're at the RPG Con.
I actually ran a couple of role playing games.
Exactly. I send you a covert communique as I come into important information. And I'm like, you've got to look out for this person who's there. I just found out. Stay miles away from this weirdo, right?
Yeah.
And it turns out Preston Poulter was there. at the convention
I
as well.
actually think, Nick, as I'm thinking back on it, I believe that I got that message from you after my encounter. And not everybody wears name tags at those things,
Right.
and I don't read them anyway. I mean, that's most of the time, unless I'm actually.
I hate name tags. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's like when I'm yelling at someone, I don't want to look down and be like, Daryl. I just want to call him whatever comes to mind. But yeah, so you ran into him, right? You believe.
Yeah.
How
replying to something.
No, that's fine. How was that?
Whoever this was, I mean, I think I'm pretty certain it's him because we looked at the picture and like, yeah, that's okay. He was selling comic books and he was or comic art or something, and at game conventions there are always people that want to buy a table to sell stuff that's not gaming related, and the convention owners try their best to discourage them, but and the ones that are really a lot of fun are the ones that you do your level best to discourage. They bull in anyway. They don't sell anything. You got to listen to them whine about they didn't sell stuff. I didn't sell any knives at your role playing game convention. Really, that's a shock. So anyway, so this guy was not selling game stuff. He was but he was creepy as hell. I mean, hell, even he was creepy. Even I mean, I got the creepster vibes. My daughters were like, ugh. I mean, just and we're in the main kind of area there where they had these game tables set up and everything, and those tables were mostly always occupied with either scheduled games or pickup games or whatever.
Right.
And so the way we wound up over there is like, hey, that table's available. That's odd. Wonder why it's not. Gee, I wonder why nobody's at that table when all the other tables are full.
So that should be a warning sign, right?
Oh yeah. Well,
that's like a yellow, red, and orange frog.
Yes, I'm getting back into the, thing here, right? And so I walk over, and he immediately comes over and starts talking to me and my people, and I'm trying to set up a game. And Nick, as you know, I try to be patient with annoying people.
Yeah,
I do. I dig deep and try to be patient. Well, I put up with that shit for about, I don't know, 10 seconds. I'm like, we got work to do.
Yeah,
leave us alone. And at that point, my daughters are going, ugh. Next thing I know, I'm trying to talk to them and getting things set up, and I can't hear myself talk because somebody's playing some stupid music from the 1940s. Now, understand, I like Pennsylvania, whatever, 6-5,000, where the hell?
Transylvania 6-5,000.
Pennsylvania 6-5,000. I think I like that. I like Glenn Miller as much as the next man. But you're at a game convention where people are going to have to talk to one another, and this jackass is playing that. It really didn't matter what kind of music it was, right? But it was obnoxious. And so right about the time I looked over and I'm like, I'm about to tell him to turn that shit down. And I look over and he's dancing. And I went, oh, dear God. No. So I started to walk over to him to say, knock that shit off. I get over there. And as I get over there, I notice that there is a room with the door open that has two big tables in it and it's completely empty. And there's nothing, they have indicators to show if the tables are going to be used for an event or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, let's go into that room. So I just sort of, but we wound up even having to shut the door. And I mean, again, you're at an event where people have to talk. So what do? You make a complete ass out of yourself. And, of course, most people are not going to make a scene. And I was having a bad time, I guess. No, I was just annoyed because he was disrupting the whole purpose of the convention.
Well,
no one could be that stupid.
He's got the personality of a Brillo pad in general. So
That is a good. Now again, I don't actually know who this person was, but it did appear to be him. I'll say
Yeah,
it that way.
he's that. Well, I described it. That's all you need.
Pseudo memes. I was not the bigger man. I just made a business decision and decided to take what turned out to actually be a better alternative. So don't put me on a pedestal.
Okay. Next question. Tina, why is this? Ty, do you think this is from Tina? Ty, do you think Vic is a balls man or no balls man? I'm going to put my money on no balls. I can't wait to find out.
I'm not answering.
Do you see what they do to me?
Yeah, but you deserve it. I don't. That's the difference.
Do you know what they're going to do on Wednesday? That's going to be half the questions. It's just going to be, Mr. Mignana, hey, we love you.
I can only imagine what the whole live stream environment's going to be like.
It's going to be like, I love your work as Edward Ulrich. Balls or no balls on your futa. It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah. But you see, you created this.
I did not. They did. They did it.
Well, okay. It just sort of happened, and they all just happened to coalesce around.
I'm a humble merchant traveler. That's it. That's it. I'm just a wandering. I'm like David Carradine before he killed himself. I'm just wandering around with my stream foo, and then all of a sudden I'm assaulted by these degenerate questions constantly.
Yeah, poor you. On the last time I was on your show, did we talk about the series Kung Fu and my re-engagement with it?
Yes.
Okay. I thought you're at a certain age, you really can't remember who you talked to or what you talked to him about.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm already there. Yeah. Truck and Bear says, every day I live on this earth, I am more and more convinced Idiocracy is a documentary and not fiction. Yes. Yes, that is true.
Yeah. I am actually quite the populist at heart, but you don't hear me disagreeing. I'll say it that way.
Richard Pierce says, Ty likes to swallow. You heard it here first, folks. Swallowing the whiskey.
Speaking of harsh but fair vengeance.
That's you knew what this was.
My people will be in contact.
Razgriz Reborn says, Ty, have you heard the EPA's recent reinterpretation of the Clean Air Act? They have raided and fined businesses and even attempted to seize a private citizen modified car. They are making road cars modified for racing illegal.
No, I haven't. I mean, I hadn't heard about that, but
yeah,
of course they are.
There's this, and I believe Razgriz has sent me a lawsuit, or no, a proposed piece of legislation to protect, basically motorsports, private motorsports.
Yeah.
People tune cars.
They're
and stuff like that.
Gaia worshipping neo-pagans. Of course, they're going to do that.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, elections do have consequences.
They put the gay in Gaia.
Yeah.
I love the pity chuckle.
That's pretty funny. Hey, I thought it was kind of funny. I mean,
Blaine 20 says, Ty, I heard a rumor that Chup was overturned on appeal after opining that something was defamation. Does that decision give you any insight to the outcome of the VIX appeal?
I'll be honest, I hadn't paid any attention to any of that. Once that thing is filed, it's out of our hands.
Yep.
And it's not that I don't care, obviously, but I don't worry myself about it because we've done all we can do.
There's nothing to do about it until whatever decision comes.
And
down.
I have plenty of other things to occupy my time. And I'm not reprimanding anybody for bringing that up. I don't mean it that way. I'm just saying that the answer is no, but the reason is I just don't really care what that court does.
Right.
At this point, I may start caring in the future. I hope I do, but it's that whole experience was one for the record books.
Welcome, by the way, to the Raiders from Raging Golden Eagle. Welcome. I hope you guys are ready. Okay, I have
now these people from someone else's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Welcome. Hey,
yeah.
Hey, Eagle.
Raging Golden Eagle.
Yeah.
Raging Golden Eagle.
Raging Golden Eagle. Okay.
Yeah,
Hey, guys.
he's a good dude. Streams, and his streams tend to end somewhere around where mine begin. So
Cool.
there's some overlap in there, and love to have his audience come over and hang out with us.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
Okay, I have a show announcement for next week. I've been working on booking some more guests. Obviously, Vic is the Hallmark guest next week on Wednesday. Monday, though, Frank Hassel. Frank Hassel, not Frank Castle. Frank Hassel will be on. He has been up to several antics since his boogie encounter. And he and I are going to discuss the legality of some of his recent things. So we will have Frank on. I'll also talk to him about the boogie situation and how that affected him being threatened by potential mass murderer Boogie 1488 or whatever. And did you?
I vaguely remember some of that stuff. And didn't that guy wind up getting arrested or something?
Boogie did, yeah. Because Frank went to Boogie's house after Boogie said, "Come to my house and I'll murder you." And so Frank obliged and showed up, and Boogie came out with a gun pointed right at Frank and fired a warning shot off up into the cosmos in a residential neighborhood that's in a school zone.
Nice.
So he got charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in Arkansas, and things are not looking.
And I'm sure
great
that
for
with a
Boogie.
name like Boogie, that's going to work out real well in Austin.
Not Arkansas.
No, I mean Arkansas. Excuse
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, right outside of Little Fayetteville, Arkansas. So, yeah, just firing guns off into the sky.
Yeah, one of the old things, if you've grown up with guns, one of the things that you hear over and over again, as at least as many times as you hear, don't treat all guns as though they're loaded, is don't pull a gun unless you're willing to use it. Firing into the air like that is not using it.
Never fire a warning shot.
And it's independently a crime.
Yes.
So, yeah.
It gives the prosecution the ammo to say that
I see what you did there.
That you must not have been in enough reasonable fear to justify deadly force if you weren't willing to use deadly force.
Yeah,
and there is no partial deadly force justification. Firing the gun is deadly force. So if you weren't willing to put it into the person, then you weren't scared enough to use it in the first place. So it's
I've never been in a situation where I had to do that, but I think that before I would fire a warning shot, I would simply point the gun at them and go, "One more move, you're dead." And then when they moved, I would carry out the promise.
Oh, did you see the McCloskeys, that Missouri lawyer couple with the guns?
I mean, I'm aware of them.
They are pleading guilty to a reduced charge, which I think this. I'll probably, spoiler alert, I'm going to have a video on this tomorrow. Viva has a video on it today. I haven't seen it, but I think I might have mild, maybe not disagreements with Viva, but maybe answers for questions that he brought up. But I think this is actually the right move for the McCloskeys. They pled down, or Mark, the guy, he pled down to a misdemeanor assault with no firearm. And the sentence is a $750 fine and the forfeiture and destruction of the firearm that he was using. But
wasn't the firearm not even
his was functional. His wife's was not. And she is pleading down into a different one. Now, here's what you got to look at this as. You can Mark McCloskey, by the way, is worth $50 million. He's well, maybe not, but I don't know. His house looks like a museum.
He's obviously very well off.
He's easily into the millions, we'll say. For him,
and like most lawyers, believe it or not, has no asset protection plan whatsoever.
But here's the reality. So for $750 cash, and then the forfeiture of an AR, So then you would presume
$1,500.
the purchase of a second AR. So another $1,500. So you got $2,150. So for just
you're done with all this stuff.
For just over $2,000, you are done with all your stuff. Now, the governor of Missouri had said he would pardon the McCloskeys, and he may still pardon this out. But here's the thing: if they fought and lost the charge, the higher charge that they had, the assault with a deadly weapon, they are then under the federal statute, even if pardoned by the state governor, potentially unable to. The federal statute says if you committed a crime with a firearm, then you are not able to purchase a subsequent firearm forever at the felony level. Now, you can get those overturned sometimes, but you have to get permission from the ATF, and you have to fight for it. And that fight
process is the punishment.
Yeah.
You've heard that phrase, haven't you, Nick?
That fight costs way more than $2,000.
No. Look, it's disappointing to us advocates sitting out on the side, but it's a perfectly reasonable and rational thing for them to do. $2,000 and we're done.
Yeah.
Because remember, McCloskey's a trial lawyer, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay. He
turned Republican real quick because they were, I believe, Democrats.
Yes, they were.
They got Republicanized.
Well, Robert Conquest, I think it's his his Conquest's third law is everyone is conservative in the areas that matter to them personally.
Right.
I mean, the classic example of that is Hillary Clinton, who advocated all kinds of policies that would increase sexual promiscuity among young girls. Yet, when Chelsea was a teenager, it was you're in by 9 o'clock. I want to know this boy. She was stricter than any, feet washing Baptist parent in East Texas. Which makes her even more despicable than she already is. But that's a different discussion for a different day. But yeah, no, I mean, what McCloskey knows is that there is no certainty with a jury.
No certainty with a jury.
And when the stakes are that high, when you can get certainty for $2,000 and you're done, it should be seen as a devastating defeat to the embarrassingly awful prosecutors and criminal legal system in that area. We're embarrassed for them because let me get this straight. After all of this bullshit, you guys wound up essentially giving him a nasty traffic ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What a great investment of resources.
Now, that was after 2 separate prosecutors got relieved from the case. So that's the other thing.
Oh, yeah.
He was
fiasco.
He was finally able to get a reasonable prosecutor to come in and say, look, let's get this out of the news. Let's get this off of your plates. Just pay us $750. We'll forfeit the firearms. We'll call this a day. And Uncivil Law brings up a good point in the chat. He says, I don't think you can get it overturned because Congress has denied all funding to the ATF/AG for civil rights restoration petitions. It's kind of crap. So, yeah, that's the thing. In theory, the state pardon from the governor on the assault, on the higher crime that they were charged with, that in theory, that would allow you to petition to get your rights restored. But when that happens, if that happens, and how much it costs, those are open-ended questions that the governor
should have just pardoned him and been done with it. He shouldn't have screwed around.
Yeah, he should offered a preemptive pardon.
Yeah, I mean, that's, once again, that's that, I don't know anything about that governor, but,
because preemptive pardons are not actually admissions of guilt. That's the other thing. Now, I don't know that the Missouri governor has the power of a preemptive pardon. It's possible.
Okay, fair enough. If he doesn't have that power, then fine. I retract my statement.
We just don't know.
If he did have it, then he's an idiot. Because he blew it. By screwing around and being indecisive, he blew it.
Right. That's the interesting thing about the federal pardon power. We talked about this with Trump. Trump could have, in theory, pardoned people for crimes that they hadn't been charged with.
Nixon was pardoned with,
right.
Ford pardoned Nixon for crimes.
Basically everything. And the thing is, when you are pardoned for a crime that you have not been convicted of, You have never been found guilty beyond any reasonable doubt. Therefore, you do not accept the guilt of the charge. If you are found guilty and then pardoned,
you
it's
still were
different.
found guilty.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're found guilty for fraud as a lawyer and pardoned for that fraud, you can still lose your law license for the guilt of the fraud. It's
I forgot about that. That's right. A felony conviction. That would have that his law license was in jeopardy as well.
Oh, Super Iron Bob says I looked this up before. I must be prescient. He says he does not have a preemptive pardon power in the state.
He said you looked it up and you forgot. Is what he didn't say that part, but it was strong.
Yeah, he said you looked this up before. He doesn't have a preemptive pardon power. That's
I'm reading in the in the additional language for you. There's Super Iron Bob. I think it's a rational inference.
It's been a long time since that case started. Since that statement, it's been, that was pre-election. This is in the heat of 2020. So,
well, in that case, I retract my statement. I was precipitate in mine.
Okay, couple more chats, and then let's talk some Texas. 2012, Jameson says, Ty, you need to listen to the band Home Free. Especially, yeah, they're
like the name.
They're an a cappella country band, basically. They did really well in that, that a cappella show that was like American Idol or whatever. I think it's called Sing Off.
No, I don't watch.
This is several years ago. Anyway,
didn't watch it several years ago.
Listen, I used to watch TV. Okay,
I did back in the 90s.
But they were really good. I think they either won or got like second place on their season. But they do some good country stuff. But yeah, they're actually very good, especially Champagne Taste on a Beer Budget. You will like this band, so will Vic. I hope Vic is doing fine, and notice nothing against Vic since the Harpies are not near him.
Vic is, this thing certainly has taken its toll, but by and large, his fans have stood by him, and he's doing fine. And that's just too bad for the people that hate him. Darn.
Keeps making him mad, though. Making him mad.
I already told you my story about, called him, and he sends me the picture of his Captain Kirk is a Romulan thing, and there's the disruptor. And I said, that's a pretty nice disruptor. Is that a kid or something? Well, actually, it was a kid, but it really wasn't exactly right. So I modified it this way, and I did it this way. And I said, Vic, this is why they hate you.
Yeah, stop it.
I know. Could you just not be that good?
200 Watt Studio says, to Ty and Vic, how do you think Ronnie is doing? And do you agree that he is obviously innocent? He called 911, not Ron Toye, different Ron.
Oh, okay.
Ronnie O'Neill from Florida. He called 911 at the same time, and his son's new dad is coaching his testimony. But how do you think it's going? Are you familiar with this story at all?
No, but it doesn't sound good for Ronnie.
Ronnie O'Neill is on trial for double homicide and attempted murder and arson. Allegedly killed his girlfriend, his daughter, tried to kill his son, and then lit the house on fire. He is defending himself. And his opening statement made the news the other day because he screamed his opening statement at the jurors for 30 minutes. It was magnificent.
This is Florida, right? So they have the death penalty.
Oh yeah. Ronnie is well on his way. He has already collected his $200 from Pass and Go. He's moving towards that death penalty.
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, and I'm not a criminal defense attorney or anything like that, but I think I will run it by a buddy of mine who is a great criminal defense attorney. Is that maybe actually a decent strategy?
No, it's terrible. His strategy is awful.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, think about this for just a second. The courts don't like pro se defendants.
Yeah.
Because they don't know the procedure and they mess things up. But at the same time, I've always been, we don't like them either because we're conflicted about just how much we can beat up on them. I mean, I don't know. Is it possible that because he's pro se, they won't give him the needle? This is Florida. No,
I
never
don't.
mind.
He
Never mind.
he
I
looked
withdraw the question.
he looked at the jury like they were next. Like it was a thing of beauty. You have to bathe it in. But the problem is, he had to cross-examine his son, who was one of his witnesses against him.
Oh man.
And that didn't go very well for Ronnie. He's like, you told them I hurt you, right? He said, yeah, when you stabbed me. It's like, oh, that's not good testimony to come out of your
move to strike. Objection, non-responsive. Move to strike everything from
I will say the one thing to draw out of that though was that the prosecutors in the case still don't know proper objections and are still dicks. They were objecting at completely inappropriate times to things that had no reason to be objected to. And then they weren't objecting when they really should have. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, they were besides possibly being morons. I mean,
yeah,
they were probably also trying to disrupt him. Which,
yes,
again, it's a jury trial, right? Yeah, you
yeah.
said that. I would be very careful about beating up on an unrepresented person in front of a jury. I don't care how vile he is, because the last thing you want is a couple of jurors to feel sympathy for that guy. And you wind up throwing the prosecution down the tubes because you acted like an asshole completely unnecessarily.
Yeah. And I mean, he's to be fair to him, he's doing way better than you would expect. Like he's clearly done his work to try and figure this out.
That's not a good sign for the prosecution.
Well, I have full faith that he is well on his way to a guilty verdict.
Oh, he probably is. I mean, the jury system, whatever its flaws are, it's the best anybody's ever come up with, and it does work most of the time. In my opinion.
Okay, here we go. MT says, Ty, are you familiar with the financial reporting, oil, natural gas, and transactional advisory consultant named Kelly Adkins?
No, but I've heard that name. I feel like I've heard that name, but no, I don't have any.
Oh, is Barnes in the chat too? Barnes, tell me you're watching old Ronnie. There he is. Move to strike might not be a good phrase for him.
That's true. Good. I say, jolly good point.
Matthew Harder says, hey, Nick, I made a mistake last time Ty was on. I used to shoot unloaded weapons as a kid when Dad was drunk. He encouraged, not forced. And then Dad, when sober, shot rounds into the roof. But at least we didn't boogie it. It's true.
Thank you for sharing. And
no police officer better tell me I can't fire guns in the privacy of my own home.
One of the things I have learned in my life, too, is that I don't care how crappy your story is. There's somebody out there with one that's worse.
There was
and you're going to run into that person sooner or later. It's inevitable.
I was watching one of the times I was stuck in the hospital with Lady Rackets after a baby was born. All you have to do, you're just sitting there for days.
Yeah.
And
be careful.
They have like a couple channels. And so you watch Home and Garden TV. So every couple years, I would watch like 3 days of HGTV, and one of them, it was some celebrity house show, and it was some country singer. She had a firing range in her basement, and it was awesome. It's like a 50-foot, thing, and it's got a backstop and everything. Oh, it was great. Like that's what you need.
Well, I mean, it's like my thing about Elon Musk is, well, if I were a billionaire, I'd have a space program. So, and if I was as well off as that country singer, you're darn right, I'd have me a shooting range.
Exactly.
But,
yeah. Generalissimo says, wise men have contemplated the Fuda question much longer than we've been alive, Nick, but the answer is obvious. Without balls, how can one go balls deep? Not having them would defeat the purpose of having that gigantic phallus. True. We're going to move on. Talent Seer says, hey, haven't had the
We
opportunity.
appreciate your contribution on that side of things.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Haven't had the opportunity to watch or send super chats in a bit. Nick, did you upgrade your camera? Yes. You look less pasty and more waxy. Maybe it's the lighting. It's the camera, the lighting, and also the age. Hey, Ty, good to see you. You look hale. I don't know.
Thank you, I guess.
I don't know what hale means.
I think that actually is a compliment.
There you go.
We're going to go with that.
Frederick Little says, Nick, here's 20 more bucks for you. I hope you, Ty, and any fathers in the chat have a great Father's Day this Sunday.
Oh, that's right.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
I was gonna wish you a happy Father's Day later in the show.
And you too. Sir.
Yeah, thank you. And then finally, 2012 Jameson says, I would love to see Barnes and Beard in the same stream. Also, funniest thing in Vic case is Ty asking Ron if he beat his wife. Where's the remote? Yeah, that turned out kind of interesting. Little interesting twist on those answers.
Mm-hmm. Gonna be if we get the result that we're hoping for, we're asking a lot of questions.
Oh, finally, there's another one here. Mr. Y says, hey there, Ty. In honor of the greatest month, how'd you like to join me and Drexel in making a reverse Oreo? There'll be plenty of men, everyone. Oh, God. You guys.
Was that really necessary?
We have given the chat too much power.
We have. They need to be reined in, I think.
Joseph Kerwin says every time you simp, a single gamma particle of radiation hits all other men in the testicles. The Pie Baker says, Ty, you need to stop your client in less than a week. He's going to go on the Degenerate podcast, be asked a multitude of obscene questions that will reveal the truth his opposition thirsts for, and he will cause you to lose the case again.
Well, it's been a long time since we've lost the case, Dick. I mean,
right. The
I'm
cycles.
I'm kind of nostalgic for the good old days of losing the case every other day, So
Richard Pierce says, Ty, I live in Winona. I recently sold 400 Bitcoins and in possession of a large sum and I'm looking for a financial advisor in the area and was hoping you could suggest one. Actually, that's BS. I just wanted your attention so I could say penis.
Well,
okay. Let's talk about the Alamo.
Yes.
Because I called you the other day because of this.
Yes.
Because of this. So Time
and I withstood
magazine.
obvious efforts to make my head explode.
Right.
Though to your credit, it was challenging.
I just want to point out here, let's do the headlines. March 7th, 1986. Time magazine. Texas. Remembering the Alamo. June 9th, 2021. Time magazine. It's time to correct the myths about the Battle of the Alamo.
Yeah. So, boy, where do you start?
We've been telling the Alamo story wrong for nearly 200 years. Now it's time to correct the record.
Well, thank God we've got basically functionally illiterate, legally incompetent buffoons at Time magazine and completely witless historians who couldn't carry the jock straps of the previous generation of historians. I'm glad we've got those people to correct us.
So you're suggesting that maybe this premise, this premise might be flawed from the start.
No, what I'm suggesting is these jackasses are bringing up stuff that anyone who knows anything about the Alamo is fully aware of and that has been thrashed around for literally 150, 200 years. I mean, it's not 200 years, but literally weeks after the Battle of the Alamo, right? And so these witless morons are running around going, actually, if we know, the big thing, the lightning rod seems to be, I mean, there's several of them, but the fate of Davy Crockett, that seems to be the one that they, Davy Crockett was captured and executed. He really wasn't all that brave. Okay, number one, he had any number of escapades in his previous career where he demonstrated strong personal bravery and courage. So in my experience, people don't suddenly turn into cowards. You know, that doesn't seem to measure up. But literally weeks after the Battle of the Alamo, it was circulated around that Davy Crockett had survived and Santa Anna executed him out of hand. And the reason was they were trying to make Santa Anna look bad. Not that they really had to. The man was a bloodthirsty lunatic. But, you know, so there have been accounts of Crockett surviving the Alamo since literally immediately after the Battle of the Alamo. Historians didn't take it, you know. Now, by the way, I'm an amateur Alamo buff. I'm not a historian. An Alamo.
Are you Phil Collins level?
No, because Phil Collins has like an insanely awesome collection of
Alamo. When you go to the Alamo, all the stuff
there says Phil Collins
borrowed
stuff.
From Phil Collins.
Yeah, you know, it always fascinates me how people can just fall in love with some aspect of history. You know, I mean, and of course, I'm absolutely no different. I was a huge Titanic buff long before the movie. Long before that, because I saw A Night to Remember when I was like, I don't know, 9 years old, and it just it seized my attention. I bet you anything Phil Collins saw as a child the John Wayne version of the Alamo, and for whatever reason, and that's what triggered my interest in it. I mean, I saw it when I was 7 years old when it was on network TV. But anyways, but Crockett. So, you know, so all along there have been accounts of Crockett surviving. As is typical,
only to be subsequently executed by Santa Anna.
Yeah. So the thing is, you know, you got to look at the evidence, right? And unfortunately, there's not sufficient evidence one way or the other. But I do think that the best evidence is that Crockett, in fact, died fighting at the Alamo, because we have the eyewitness testimony of Travis's slave, who said, "I saw Crockett dead." Well, first of all, the slave knew Davy Crockett, had been around him for at least 13 days. You know, you had Susanna Dickinson, the wife of Almiron Dickinson, an artilleryman there at the Alamo. She said she saw Crockett and even commented on his peculiar cap, which we think of as the coonskin cap. I don't know that it was actually coonskin, but it was that look.
Yeah.
And their accounts can also be reconciled location wise. They weren't as precise as you might like, but basically they didn't have any particular reason one way or the other to lie about that, right? I mean, there wasn't anything to do. On the other hand, the testimony about Crockett being captured and executed has a couple of problems. Number one, it's like 6 or 7 accounts, okay? They're all inconsistent on pretty important details, like where he was captured, what actually happened. One account had him charging Santa Anna with a Bowie knife in his hand. I mean, most of the accounts themselves are very, very different in terms of details. So it's like, it's kind of like the Kennedy assassination, right? You start asking people about, well, who do you think killed him? It's like, okay, well, the Cubans, the mafia, the CIA, the Russians, and the Chinese couldn't all have killed Kennedy. Well, so the accounts are themselves extremely inconsistent. And if they're inconsistent on significant details, then there's no particular reason to believe them on other stuff too. And these historians are cherry picking the evidence. And of course, we lawyers know all about that.
Right.
The most compelling account is from an officer named De La Pena. He was he wrote an account of he fought in the Battle of the Alamo, and he wrote an account a substantial amount of time. I can't remember how much after the battle, and that account was not translated into English until the 1950s. Okay, query the accuracy of the translation. I don't know that the translation is off, but here's the problem: De La Pena's account. Number one, he was writing a screed against Santa Anna to argue that Santa Anna was the purest kind of scum.
Right.
And killing captives in wartime that was scummy then, it's scummy now, you know. So he had a motive to exaggerate, Santa Anna's hostility. The problem with his account, though, is it's not corroborated by anyone that has any particular credibility. Santa Anna had, there was a guy named Juan Almonte, I think. He was Santa Anna's diarist. He wrote a daily account of everything that happened that day. Didn't mention any of that. And so the people that say, well, the reason for that is Santa Anna didn't want to admit that he had done it, so he kept that information. This guy executed 400 Texans at Goliad a few weeks later. He wasn't really worried about people thinking ill of him. He flatly said his goal was to wipe out every Anglo in Texas.
Yeah.
So no, I'm sorry that only an idiot would believe would actually infer that from the evidence.
So let's go through some claims right here at the onset of this article.
Okay. And by the way, I haven't read the article, so
no, I'm gonna hit you with this on the fly.
Yeah.
Start with the Alamo. So much of what we know about this battle is provably wrong. William Travis never drew any line in the sand. This was it.
Stop. The problem is there are accounts that he did. Now, are those accounts credible?
It says this was a tale concocted by an amateur historian in the late 1800s. There's no citation. I just want to.
Yeah, yes, but that amateur historian claimed that he got the accounts from eyewitness testimony of someone who I think it was someone who left the Alamo as a messenger or something. But
because there were one or two guys who they did not stay for the battle.
Yeah, it was a number of them. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was like, I don't know, 4 or 5. But here's the thing, crazy lunatic liberal historians. You're either going to take hearsay or you're not going to take hearsay. You can't have it both ways, because most of your stuff about Crockett is hearsay on hearsay. In other words, I was told by a guy who talked to another guy who said blah blah blah. That somehow, basically all the evidence that paints the Texians in a bad light is instantly credible and given every benefit of the doubt, and all evidence that portrays them in a heroic light or just in a decent light is subjected to the beyond a reasonable doubt standard of proof. Now, I don't care what the burden of proof is, but only one applies.
Right.
If the burden of proof is that high, fine. Then none of the stuff you've said about Crockett is valid.
Well, here's the next line, and you've covered this, but I want you to hear this line specifically.
You think you can make my head explode, and okay, that's a good bet.
No evidence Davy Crockett went down fighting, as John Wayne famously did in his 1960 movie The Alamo, a font of misinformation.
Now you're just flat out lying, because I've told you there are 2 eyewitnesses, provable eyewitnesses, who flatly stated they saw Crockett's body under a bunch of Mexican soldiers.
There is ample testimony from Mexican soldiers that Crockett surrendered and was executed.
Absolutely. I wouldn't say ample. There are 7 completely incompatible accounts. One account even had Crockett as an old man claiming that he just happened to wander into the Alamo and was a non-combatant. Dude, what?
The battle.
Davy Crockett was a broad-shouldered man. I mean, he was a fine figure of a man, would be the word that he
I
used.
have his autobiography somewhere. I need to read it.
He was one of those characters in American history that he was actually quite an extraordinary man.
Yeah. Well, a lot of those guys were. That's why they're folk heroes.
So right out of the chute, guys, that's a flat out lie. Now, here's my question that I'd ask anybody. All right, when somebody just walks up and tells you a bald-faced lie and then keeps talking, why on earth would you take anything they say from that sentence on seriously?
Well, we have to, because this is a show.
I know, because it's so funny. Yeah.
So the battle, in fact, should never have been fought. Travis ignored multiple warnings of Santa Anna's approach and was simply trapped in the Alamo when the Mexican army arrived. That
is, to some extent, true, apparently. We don't, part of this is we really don't know, because there were, there's only one person who is other than the non-combatants who weren't killed by the Mexicans. There was one guy supposedly, and we don't know that this is real, named Louis Rose, who purported was a Napoleonic War veteran, and said, "Look, I know where this ends up. I'm out of here," and skipped over the wall. But no, there's no question. The Alamo had a hypnotic effect apparently on the men that went there, because I think I know why. Number one, it is a good enough fort. I mean, it wasn't designed to be a fort, but it was a reasonably stout structure that you could. That was
it's a mission with stone. It's a mission building, stone walls,
adobe, and
pretty decent sized compound too.
It had, I think, 16 artillery pieces.
Sure,
it was actually the greatest concentration of artillery north of the Rio Grande, and that artillery couldn't easily be moved. So, they got, and remember too that the Mexicans were run out of the Alamo, and it was a complete rout. General Cos was, who I think was Santa Anna's brother-in-law or something. He didn't, a relative handful of Texans just ran them out. So they had fought the Mexican army, they thought, and had triumphed quite easily. They're in a fort, defensible theoretically, with a ton of artillery. The Texans are massing troops elsewhere. With 400 or 500 men, you could probably defend that place indefinitely against whatever the Mexican army could throw at you. Well, over at Goliad, Fannin is raising that many men. So, they were supposed to go to the Alamo, blow it up, and either take the guns or spike them. They got there, and it's like, holy crap, that we could actually defend this. And it just it becomes, you start believing your own BS. You start thinking. So sure. Yes, Travis didn't follow orders. Bowie didn't follow orders. The guy that Travis replaced didn't follow orders. And Crockett just kind of showed up. There's no real evidence that he intended to wind up at the Alamo. He was just heading down to Texas to make a new life. And, so, okay.
All right, so this is back to Travis now.
Yeah.
He wrote some dramatic letters during the ensuing siege. It's true.
Yep.
But by the way, one of my favorite letters of any stripe is Travis's letter.
Oh, yeah.
It's great. But how anyone could attest to the defenders' bravery is beyond us.
Well, that's because you guys are a bunch of pussies and a bunch of morons. There's no mystery at all as to how you could be mystified by it. Myself, the fact that the garrison didn't surrender en masse and beg for their lives tells me that they were men of uncommon valor. And by the way, and you've heard me say this, Nick, one of the things that chaps my ass about this whole thing is the degree to which they are disparaging the Mexican army. Because that's the Alamo was one of those battles. Alamo was one of those battles where you can say honestly that the men on both sides fought with amazing courage and valor. The guys in the Alamo were outnumbered and all that kind of stuff. But each of those men had 4 or 5 preloaded muskets. And those Mexican soldiers had to run into that. And also against people that knew how to shoot. That had to take an amazing amount of courage. Or do we just say, well, they had no choice, therefore they weren't brave because Santa Anna would have killed them otherwise? Are we going to really strip them of their bravery too? Because if we hold the Mexican army by the same standard, they're even more contemptible than the Alamo defenders, So, obviously none of these jackasses ever actually served seriously in the military. Yes, I know one of them may have had a career. Who knows? But no. Bravery is what you do, is when you do the bold thing, when you do have another choice. And they always had the choice of surrendering.
Let me just tell you the next line.
I know.
The men at the Alamo fought and died because they had no choice.
That is pure bullshit. Of course they could have surrendered. They could have thrown themselves on Santa Anna's mercy. And up to that point, he hadn't executed a massive number of Anglos yet, right? Yes, I know about the Degollado. I know about the no quarter and all this kind of stuff.
They also said that Travis ignored warnings that they were coming. They all could have left. In fact, the whole line,
they did.
The line in
They
the
did.
sand option that they've said is pure myth and fiction was the idea that if you don't want to stay and die, you don't cross the line, you leave. Like, so
They had 13 days.
Yeah.
You could have 15 men could have escaped each night, and they would have cleaned that garrison out.
Yeah.
It was not feasible for the whole garrison to escape because the Mexican cavalry would have run them down. I mean, you don't want to be on a prairie as infantry against cavalry.
Right.
That's not going to work out well. So, they got cornered and they fought like tigers against other men who had no real choice either, but fought like tigers. It was a day that both Texans and Mexicans can take pride in whichever side they're on. The vile scumbag of the whole thing was Santa Anna, and he killed far more Mexicans than he did Texans.
It says Mexican accounts make clear that as the battle was lost, as many as half the Texian defenders fled the mission and were run down and killed by Mexican lancers.
Again, that's self-serving, and many of those accounts are from people who weren't there. They were accounts from people who didn't have any way of knowing what happened. You're in a fort. How the hell do you know what's going on the other side of the fort? And again, those accounts are contradicted by the non-combatants in the Alamo who, they certainly would have had a certain objective maybe to portray the men in the Alamo as brave, but these are also shell-shocked survivors who have just seen the most horrible thing in their life occur. I kind of trust that whatever they said immediately after that was probably closer to the truth. The Mexicans had any number of reasons to distort that. Santa Anna claimed he only lost 75 guys, by the way.
Yeah.
And so, it's not.
Historians peg the number somewhere north of 400 to 600.
And that number is low. The historians have, the revisionists have consistently attempted to take that number down because, it started out at 1,800 or something, which is probably too high. But look, here's the thing. You've got 180 men who know how to shoot, who are going to get anywhere from 4 to 10 shots. That's a lot of shots. And even if they are, let's say they hit 50% of the time. And these are men that could take a flintlock rifle and pick somebody off at 500 yards or around 300 yards. So, no, I'm sorry. And to say nothing of the artillery, which wreaked terrible havoc on the Mexican soldiers. It's just a mathematical equation. You look at the firepower and you look at the rate of fire of these weapons and their lethality, all of which are understood numbers from the Napoleon. These were Napoleonic War weapons. So we had there's no way the casualties were that low. And by the way, there's a little subtle thing. There were 600 killed at the Alamo, let's say. Yeah, well, basically all the wounded wound up dying too.
Yeah. There wasn't the greatest field medicine going on.
No, there wasn't. And the Mexican army also had to, Santa Anna had that problem that a lot of generals have had when they've raised large mass armies. You wind up raising a bunch of guys, and then you realize that, well, I may have 4,000 troops, but I've only got about 1,000 actual soldiers. And so he had to commit his best units to that assault.
Right.
So his best units got worked over really hard in that. So, this is such an obvious, but it's not even a good butcher job, right?
Right.
It's because they're literally lying at every step.
Well, I got 3 chats to read, and then I want to read one short paragraph because the last line in particular
is going to make my head explode.
I think it explains everything.
Okay.
Victor Phantasm says, Nick and Ty, I'll pay for both your trips from October 8th to the 10th this year. I also have 2 Boring Company flamethrowers. Unironically, I'd love it if you both defended the Alamo from the Alamo City furry invasion. Please say yes. Brother, get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
Oh, goodness.
Nick's Hex says, have you seen the schedule for the next Tolkien Society seminar? Topics include pardoning Saruman, the queer in Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, and Gondor in Transition, a brief introduction to transgender realities in Lord of the Rings. This is not a troll. That's the...
You know, the problem is that with all that's going on, it's entirely possible that's legit. I keep hoping I'll be able to tell my grandkids one day about the crazy years, and it'll be in the past tense.
Yeah.
I keep hoping.
For now, I'm just saying, if this is where it's going, I'm on Mordor's side. And we need to open the gates and just let them.
Yeah, I, for one, welcome our Chinese overlords.
BG Willia 21207 says, it doesn't matter if Crockett died on the wall or against it. This is the West. When legend becomes fact, print the legend. Sorry,
say that again. I'm sorry. I
he says
zoned out for a second.
It doesn't matter if Crockett died on the wall or against the wall. This is the West. When legend becomes fact, print the legend.
Well, here's the thing. Let's assume that Crockett was, in fact, captured and executed. How does that make him a coward exactly?
Yeah, to me, being captured by the enemy and then being executed
is
going down fighting.
And there are 1,000 of them. You know, especially one account that actually does ring true, that it is the most plausible of the accounts, is that Crockett and his men were cornered, and they had the Bowie knives out. I mean, it had gotten to that, and a Mexican officer stepped forward and said, "Surrender, and you'll be treated honorably." Crockett did. They took him to Santa Anna, and Santa Anna said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I meant execute them all."
Right.
So how would that not be brave? Exactly. I mean, to a complete effete wussy who is threatened by anything real men do, sure, I could see that. Because all the people that wrote this are desperately inadequate.
Yeah.
And just the mere possibility that there are actual men in the history of Texas, it wounds their soul because they know they are pathetic. Kind of like a lot of the people that hate Vic. They know that he's just better than them. It's the same thing. But that account, according to that account, General Castrillon, I think his name is, who was apparently a very good, so he died at San Jacinto and, died like a man. The Texians were overrunning the Mexicans, and he stood there and, commanded his troops, and they ran him through. But supposedly, according to this one account, he tried to intercede. And by the way, the Billy Bob Thornton movie, The Alamo, in 2002 or whenever it was, great movie, by the way, very good movie. It takes that account as fact and shows it happening that way. It isn't necessary for me to appreciate the bravery and the symbolism of the Alamo that Crockett died swinging old Betsy like Fess Parker did in the Disney movie. It isn't necessary at all, but it's entirely possible it happened that way because that's the kind of man Crockett was.
Well, and see
men like that don't just go, oh, they don't die that way.
the tools of these things is to poke minor holes in the story to defeat the overall story. Mm-hmm. and to say, well, William Travis could have left the Alamo. It's like, well, yeah,
we know that. I
mean,
Travis knew that.
That's pretty obvious that could have happened, but it didn't happen.
I guess the 101st Airborne Division that held Bastogne against the German army in the Battle of the Bulge, well, they weren't brave either because they didn't have a choice. They were surrounded. What were they going to do?
Right. That's no bravery there.
Yeah. There's a whole generation of men that would beat the living crap out of you if you said that.
Okay, here we go. So here is this paragraph.
Hold on. I'm going to take me a swig here because I feel like I'm going to need it.
Yeah.
All right. What you got?
My main thing is the last sentence of the paragraph, but we got to get to it. So it says, nor is it at all clear that the Alamo's defenders bought time for Sam Houston to raise the army that eventually defeated Santa Anna at the Battle of San Jacinto the following month. Santa Anna had told Mexico City he expected to take San Antonio by March 2nd. He ended up doing so on March 6th. In the end, the siege at the Alamo ended up costing him all of 4 days, meaning the Alamo's defenders, far from being the valiant defenders who delayed Santa Anna, pretty much died for nothing.
My head is not going to explode. I don't think. Where to start? Number one, we'll never know how much the Mexican army was delayed, simply because Santa Anna wasn't real good about admitting any of that, right? So we're relying on very self-serving accounts from Santa Anna. Again, the guy that said he only lost 75 guys.
But even taking it at
that's
that
problem
face
number one.
value, 4 days. 4 days is a lot of time when you're moving and mustering an army that has to go by foot and horse. I mean,
here's the other problem.
You're not airdropping guys in.
Well, here's the other problem. What they're saying is, because Santa Anna took San Antonio 4 days later, Travis only bought 4 days. Record scratch, moron. That doesn't mean that at all. Right. How long did it take Santa Anna to reorganize his army? How long did it take to get his wounded handled, to bury the bodies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? That took a whole lot more than 4 days after the battle was over. So, again, only an idiot would say that. Right. Seriously. I don't know, because part of the problem with all this is the information we don't have, okay? I have no idea what the supply situation of the Mexican army was. If the Mexican army was like typical, second class, and I mean that, what I mean is they weren't organized and equipped like, say, the French army or the British army, right?
Right.
But, if they were minor power armies of the mid-19th century, they would have had a supply line going all the way back to Mexico. Well, okay, I'm sorry, leaving 200 well-armed men in a fort right on your supply lines is not going to work out. You're going to be cut off. Now, on the other hand, if Santa Anna was well supplied or could live off the land and all that, then maybe it wasn't a big deal. And historians, again, we thrashed that out. We argued that back and forth. I think Kenneth C. Davis in his book said, no, it didn't matter. Well, Kenneth, I'm sorry. I've played enough war games and I've studied enough actual military stuff. You don't know. It's entirely possible that it would have been a problem. Let me put it this way. You ask a military commander of that age, should you allow the enemy to maintain a fort with 200 armed men in it, half a mile from where your supply lines have to go? No commander in his right mind would have said, oh yeah, that's fine. No.
Yeah. Well, so, what really got me though is, okay, the Alamo was when?
1836.
1836. It's now 2021. We are 100 and what? 180,
almost 200 years.
185-ish years since the Alamo. And they said, this is my favorite part. The valiant defenders who delayed Santa Anna, they pretty much died for nothing. Okay, 186 years later, you're still talking about it, trying to quote unquote correct the record, because it's become such a core piece of and I'll say this without meaning what it sounds like, but it is a piece of Texan mythology. Like the Alamo symbol is something that has withstood 185 years. What those guys did is being attacked today because of how effective it was for them to do this in the course of Texan history.
That's the degree of imbecility that we're dealing with here.
Right.
Right. I mean, we're actually taking seriously the claims of people that are not smarter than your average 6-year-old. Okay. I mean, really. And that's probably unfair to 6-year-olds.
Right.
you're talking about a legendary, one of the great legendary stands, second probably only to Thermopylae in Western civilization, as being no big deal. Well, I'm sorry, you're just full of shit. Now, here's the thing. That can't even be reconciled with the actual historical record, because what did the attackers at San Jacinto say as they charged into the Mexican army and routed it?
Remember the Alamo.
Seems to me they didn't die for nothing.
Of course not.
You know,
It's such a silly notion.
So it's like, the reason my head didn't explode is it's just so goddamn stupid. It's like, really? This is the best you clowns could do? Now, if it were me, if I were going to undermine the myth of the Alamo, what I would do is simply point out both sides and say, well, we just don't know. Because that's a fair statement. Right. We have testimony that is all over the board about some of these things. And not only is the testimony on both sides of the issue, but the testimony on one side of the issue is completely inconsistent with the testimony on the same side. It's like, but again, you have to remember, and Walter Lord, who wrote the kind of the first modern Alamo history book, Time to Stand, I think. Anyway, he said that after the Battle of San Jacinto, the captured Mexican soldiers were pretty much saying anything that Texas wanted to hear. They thought Texans wanted to hear. So of course they talked about Santa Anna's brutality.
Yeah.
Of course they said, oh yeah, he was horrible. He even executed the most beloved frontiersman in that fight. And by the way, there's no real evidence that the Mexicans even knew who Davy Crockett was. Okay? There's certainly no evidence that the Mexican soldiery knew who he was.
Right.
There's one account where one soldier, I don't know, 100 years after the fact, sometime long time after the fact, said that there was one man standing up and this is actually attested to, I think, several others, at least the part, one very broad-shouldered, fine figure of a man kind of guy stood up on the parapet and shot 8 Mexicans in a row with his long rifle, and they blazed away at him and couldn't hit him. He just, because they were firing smooth-bore muskets. They could, those things.
Yeah, they fly all over the place.
But he said that he was told the man's name was Kwaki. Okay. Well, that account is many years later, but there's nothing in the official reports about Davy Crockett in the Mexican army by the people who were charged with keeping accounts, with diary. The guy, again, this is a guy that executed 400 soldiers who surrendered a few weeks later, right? So the idea that he's somehow embarrassed at his vileness, that's ridiculous. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You would have expected Santa Anna to brag about the fact that he executed Davy Crockett.
Right.
Right. Never said a word about it. So the amount of mental gymnastics and this is the old tactic you see with people all the time. I mean, it's not limited to liberals, but they seem to be the worst offenders. My favorite thing is the burden of proof for me and the burden of proof for thee. The stuff that I want to believe only has to be proven by, in many cases, just a mere suggestion.
Yeah.
But the stuff you want to prove has to be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. I need firsthand eyewitness testimony that's still living.
Yeah. I'll take whatever burden of proof for discussion purposes somebody wants to propose, as long as it's applicable to both sides. And if you do that, you simply can't get to where these imbeciles got. And what really annoys me is the degree to which the profession of historian has been turned into an absolute laughingstock. Right. I love it. This has happened a few times when I've been on a flame war. Yes, I still occasionally have been known to do that. And some jackass will say, I am a history professor. And I'm going, oh, no, you're an idiot pretending to be a history professor. I am not impressed. It does so happen that I worked on my PhD in history. So, I actually know at a time when history was still a rigorous discipline. Law school was harder.
Well, now we've got here's the thing, and this is of course the gem of the story. So why does any of this matter? What's the harm in Texans simply embracing a myth? Next paragraph. Census data indicates that Latinos are poised to become a majority of the Texas population any year now, and for them, the Alamo has long been viewed as a symbol of Anglo oppression.
I think it's been long viewed by a bunch of narcissistic, affluent, white liberal women
as Anglo oppression. Yeah,
I don't know of any. Again, the Mexicans have nothing. They have nothing to be ashamed of. Their soldiers fought valiantly in that fight.
How would the Alamo be a symbol of Anglo oppression? The Mexican army killed them to a man. That's the opposite of being oppressed.
And by the way, there were in fact Mexican citizens in the Alamo. I mean, they were all Mexican citizens technically, but I mean,
right.
There were non-Anglo. They were called Tejanos.
Right.
In fact, Juan Seguin, a very leading figure in Texas politics and apparently just a super guy all around. He was sent out by Travis as a messenger, so he didn't get killed, and he actually went back and collected the remains of the Alamo defenders. The bodies were all the Mexican soldiers were buried. The Anglos were the Alamo defenders were all just basically burned. I mean,
sure.
And their ashes just left. So Seguin goes and collects all the ashes and the remains and gives them a burial, has a service, and all this kind of stuff. But here's the thing. Guess what flag flew over the Alamo, Nick? The tone of that article, what would it suggest? If you didn't know anything about the Alamo and you just read that article, what flag would you assume flew over the Alamo?
I would assume the Mexican flag.
No, well, wouldn't you assume the American flag? Because the tone of the article.
I guess with the Anglo,
or some American symbol of some kind, right?
Right.
Or
a Texan flag or something, but that didn't exist yet.
No, what flew over the Alamo was the Mexican tricolor with the eagle removed and the number 1824 on it. Well, gee, I don't know. You think that number might mean something? I mean,
no, numbers on flags are usually random.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, that was the Constitution of 1824 that Santa Anna illegally abrogated when he took power. So the defenders of the Alamo weren't fighting for Texas independence. Now, Travis was, but the men that were there, they were there. They wanted the Mexican Constitution reimposed because it had been illegally abrogated. Santa Anna had put down 2 rebellions over that issue before he got to the Alamo, and executed thousands. I mean, he was a murderous vermin.
Right. Well, he was a third world 1800s leader,
psychopath. Yeah, yeah. So right out of the chute, the American flag didn't fly over the Alamo. The Texan flag, the Mexican flag flew over the Alamo, basically. Were there cultural differences between the Americans and the Mexicans? Well, of course there were.
Well, I love that you're talking about this, because the next line is the fact that many Tejanos, Texas Latinos, allied with the Americans and fought and died alongside them at the Alamo has generally been lost to popular history.
No, it hasn't. It has not. Go watch the 2002 movie, The Alamo, and whoever the actor is that plays Juan Seguin did a real good job, because he played him as kind of the way I always envisioned the guy. Very, very, what you crazy kids would call based. Very based, very, very just, good guy. And the actor plays that to a T. That was in a popular movie about the Alamo. It hasn't been lost in history at all.
Juan Seguin was Jordi Mola.
Okay.
I recognize this guy's face. Yeah, he did
a good job. He did a real good job. That is actually I can't recommend that movie enough. It's a good movie. It plays pretty tight with the truth.
Oh,
There's some
he played Reyes in the Jack Ryan series.
okay.
By the way, the Jack Ryan series that they did on Amazon or whatever was really good.
Yeah, I got to get to that. I had my skepticisms, but I'll take but I do consider your thing. Yeah. So no, I mean that's the thing, right? These are straw men.
Yeah.
And the straw man is the absolute most contemptible tactic of any historian because nothing says I don't know shit about history more than the creation and gleeful destruction of straw men. No, we are fully aware of the Tejanos. Hell, the Alamo itself celebrates them.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, it says the Tejanos.
Anyone ever heard of Seguin County, Texas? You think they might not.
The Tejanos' key contributions to early Texas were written out of almost all early Anglo-authored histories, much as Anglo-Texans
Wow,
ran.
you mean people might have been nationalistic and racist in the late 19th century? I don't know about you, Nick. I'm shocked.
Yeah, they might have been nationalistic and racist, especially after winning a war for independence against Mexico.
You think? I don't know that could, except that our first vice president was of Mexico was a Tejano.
Well,
Does that sound like this virulently racist state?
yeah.
What you got to understand about Texas is the settlers who came to Texas were like all the white trash in America. I mean, it was people fleeing from creditors. It was people fleeing from spouses. I mean, these were not hoity-toity planters sitting up in their mansion on the Mississippi River bluffs. Okay, these were my people. These were
oh, this is beautiful. It's a lesson that many Latinos in the state don't learn until mandatory Texas history class is taught in 7th grade. The way I explain it, says Andres Tijerna, a retired history professor in Austin, is Mexican Americans in Texas are brought up, even in the 1st grade, singing the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance and all that. Apparently, this guy has no idea that you cannot actually require kids to say the Pledge of Allegiance at all anymore.
Yeah, again.
But
this is so embarrassing to a profession that I was one time going to be a part of. I'm so glad that I didn't go that way.
And it's not until 7th grade that they single us out as Mexicans. And from that point on, you realize you're not an American, you're a Mexican and always will be. The Alamo story takes good, solid, little, loyal little American kids and it converts them into Mexicans.
What? That didn't make any sense. Okay, well, look, I took Texas history in 7th grade in 1977, 78. And I know about the Tejanos, I know about Juan Seguin. None of this is, I think that's the thing that really annoys me. Nick, have you ever run across someone who they find out something and they act like they have discovered this great epic truth that nobody else noticed, and you're going, we already knew.
Ty, this article gets worse.
Oh, I'm sure. That's what you're going to do. You're going to wear me down.
I didn't know about this.
This is a war of attrition. I didn't realize. I thought we were in a blitzkrieg. No.
All right, here we go.
Here it comes.
And Mexican American history isn't the only piece of the past that's distorted by the Alamo myth. Academic researchers long tiptoed around the issue of slavery in Texas.
No, they didn't.
Active research didn't really begin until the 80s. Since then, scholars such as Rudolph Campbell and Andrew Torgett, this is better, have demonstrated that slavery was the single issue that regularly drove a wedge between early Mexican governments, dedicated abolitionists all, and their American colonists in Texas, many of whom had immigrated to farm cotton, the province's only cash crop at the time. So apparently all of Mexico's governments, all Mexican governments were abolitionist.
Dedicated abolitionists.
Dedicated.
I wonder what the peones in Mexico would have responded. I mean, they were slaves in all but in all but name. There's no question. There's no question that the Mexican government wasn't happy about slavery, but they accommodated that. Because what you got to remember about Texas is it was unsettled wilderness except for the Indian tribes. Okay. Mexico, you know, give Mexico a little bit of credit. They realized that those Anglos up in the United States were already going to be a continental power, if not a world power. It was by even the early 1800s even anybody with half a brain was going, crap, they're not going to stop. So we had better settle our Mexico, I mean, our northern territories. Well, you know, their culture just wasn't, and their political system and their economic system wasn't set up to colonize very effectively. And so they said, hey, let's the Anglos are probably going to come anyway. Let's let them colonize it for us. They'll have to become Mexican citizens, which they did. They'll have to become Catholicized, which they did. But in exchange, they get lots of land. And so Stephen F. Austin, one of the impresarios, what they called him, you know, brings in these colonists and these settlers. So the Mexican government brought in these Anglos. They wanted them to come until Santa Anna overthrew the Mexican government in a coup. So, you know, again, I don't know what the hell these people are even talking about. This is something, again, covered in my 7th grade Texas history class in 1977. You know, no, they did not like slavery, but it wasn't a big enough issue for them to actually make a big deal about it. It was just one of those accommodations that you do. And I'm actually trying to remember, slavery might have even been illegal in Texas. I honestly can't remember. But no, sorry, this wasn't about slavery. This was something very, very simple. The Americans came down here and they had a deal. The Mexican government gave them a deal, and Santa Anna took control of Mexico illegally and tried to change the deal. And like Americans are wont to do, the Americans decided, no, we're not going to go along with that.
Yeah.
Seems like something like that sort of happened in 1776.
And technically also in what, 1863?
The difference there is the deal didn't change.
No, it did. I mean,
but the war was already going on at that point.
Right, but one of the reasons for it, and it's related to slavery, was in the Constitution, and they did not change this until after the war. There was a section that said if a slave escaped from a southern state into a different state, then the state had to round up a posse, get the slave, return it to its owner. It's actually in the Constitution.
It's
in the Constitution that they had.
I really didn't know that.
Yes, the return of slave to a slaveholder, and it was the burden was on the other state. This was what happened: is the northern states, they didn't want to honor that contractual agreement through the Constitution, which makes sense, right? They have to get their own manpower, they have to fund it, and then they have to extradite basically a slave back to an owner for no real compensation. Like they got tired of enforcing that.
Well,
but it was what they wouldn't do is amend it out of the Constitution.
Well, they didn't have the political strength to do it, probably.
Exactly.
You know, interesting enough, I've been rewatching John Adams, the miniseries, and it has actually a fairly coverage of some of the slavery issues, and they talk about that. Franklin and Jefferson and Adams are talking about that. Jefferson's got his first draft of the Declaration of Independence, and Franklin is reading it, and he goes, "This is a declaration of the rights of all men." And Jefferson's like, "Yes." Chose every word very carefully. He said, "I don't think that our friends in the South are going to go along with this."
Right.
And Jefferson is like, "Well, but and the actors who played all those guys were great." And Franklin says, "Independence first, emancipation later."
Yeah.
And that was this is this is not a defense of slavery, of course. Only a moron would think it is. But slavery was a reality in 1836.
Yep.
Okay? And it was, whatever, it was reality, and you had to deal with it. That was not the reason for the Texas Revolution. Not at all. In fact, the Texas Revolution caused the United States a whole lot of hassle. Because, of course, the North didn't want to admit Texas because it's a slave state. It would have been a slave state. Well, we've got to find a way to get a northern state in. That was a big deal. It wasn't until Texas started romancing Great Britain that the United States finally said, okay, fine, message received. We've got to annex that. We've got to let Texas in.
Yeah.
Because it got to the point where Texas was like, we can't keep running our own we ain't got no money. Well, Texas was literally a colony, right? And they're finally like, all right, we're running out of money, and the Mexicans keep threatening us. And all right, enough's enough. Hey, Great Britain, how'd you like to have this nice big old colony right in the middle of North America? And the Brits are like, I don't know. We might have to do some of that slavery thing, I suspect we can make a deal.
By the way, we also have a significant port presence possible.
Yeah.
A good deal of coastline. A good deal of coastline.
In the dead center of North America.
Yep.
Geographic, in terms of coastal things, that would have been a tremendous military asset for the British Empire. Forget the ultimate wealth it would have given them.
Right.
But that the Americans finally said, oh, okay, yeah. And again, it was a war that was fought, and I've seen no evidence whatsoever that Mexicans are burning with a passion of rage over the war for Texas independence. All I see are a bunch of pussy liberal males, quasi, and a bunch of crazy lunatic liberal women screeching and caterwauling about something that happened 186 years ago.
Yep.
For no other reason than they just don't like it because we do, And it's like, but it's frustrating to me because really that was one of those wars where both sides acquitted themselves very poorly at times, and both sides acquitted themselves valiantly at times.
It's almost like a very messy war in any time, but particularly in the 1800s. The rules of conflict were not as refined. Plus, you didn't have these were not. The more colonial army in this case, or colonizer army, was actually the Mexican army with its heavier Spanish influence, whereas the Texans were less organized, right? Like they're more of the guerrilla fighters.
Yeah,
in this sort of idea.
It's weird. It's an interesting thing because the Mexican army was very large. It was actually bigger than the United States Army.
Well, yeah, and if you look at their uniforms, had a heavy European influence.
Well, they were actually, a lot of their gear was Napoleonic War era gear that had been sold to Mexico by France. Because after the Napoleonic Wars, they kind of had a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
As a war gamer, it's perfectly acceptable to use, Napoleonic French infantry for Mexican figures.
Yeah, weren't the Mexicans even wearing? Wasn't it white and blue? Like white.
Yeah, they were wearing.
Just like a white thing and a blue sleeved coats.
They had,
They looked French.
Yeah, well, those were actually French uniforms.
Right.
They had the French shako, which is the tall hat. But the problem that Santa Anna fancied himself. Oh, and by the way, and again in that 2002 Alamo movie, you get Dennis Quaid just leaving teeth marks on every piece of scenery in sight as Sam Houston. It's an absolutely, it's almost Shatnerian in its glory. But Napoleon. Santa Anna fancied himself the Napoleon of the West. That's the title he gave himself. And there's a great scene in the movie. I have no idea if it happened historically, but Quaid, as Sam Houston is saying, he thinks he's the Napoleon of the West. We need to find his Waterloo, and he describes the battlefield that will be his Waterloo, and he says, I don't know where that battlefield is, but I know it is somewhere. Something to that effect.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they wound up. But the Battle of San Jacinto was won by the Americans by just they just outfought the Mexicans that day. Santa Anna strategically made some very bad mistakes. He split his army into 4 columns, which he thought would let him, surround, round all the people he was going to kill up. Maybe, but the unfortunate thing was it would have been nice to have had maybe 4 times the number of guys at San Jacinto, because he probably wouldn't have lost that battle, or at least not like that. But he wore, the Texans just outfought the Mexicans that day. Just that simple. They were, the Mexican soldiers, because again, I think personally that Santa Anna lost a lot of his real soldiers, and what he wound up and what was left were peasant levies and conscripts that, look, maybe makes the army look good, but they weren't. They were not real soldiers.
Right.
That's just my opinion. I don't have any evidence to back that up. But it's just
Let's do a couple chats here, and then I want to kind of transition to talk about
my Texans were just lucky. Oh hell yeah, we were lucky. Guess what? Almost every victor in a war is lucky.
Because a lot unlucky defeats happen all the time. You're on a battleship and a shell hits the battery.
Hits the paint locker, which detonates the charges for the machine guns, which blows your whole magazine up.
Yeah. I mean, that stuff happens.
Napoleon Bonaparte said, "I'll take a lucky general over a good general any day." This is one of the great captains in all of world history.
Adam Wofford says, "Wait, did you say Elon Musk has? Oh, excuse me. Did you say Elon Musk has a space marine? No, a space program. What heresy is this? He's not the emperor of mankind. Also, for the Lord of the Rings thing, I think I won't.
A point of parliamentary procedure. Are you really sure of that? I'm just saying. Just asking the question.
I hope not. He says, also for the Lord of the Rings thing, I think I will not watch that. It is supposed to be an ancient lost history of England."
Say that again?
I guess not watching Lord of the Rings because it's supposed to be an ancient lost history of England. I don't know.
Okay.
Emmy Fire.
Actually, there's a kernel of truth to that.
Yeah.
Tolkien wanted to write sort of a cultural myth for England, and there's a history of that. That's what Virgil did with the Aeneid. It was the Romans didn't have a great cultural myth like the Iliad, so he just wrote one.
Emmy Fire #intern Chan says, "Hey Nick and Ty, long time no see. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
We're very excited. It's T-3 days until baby boy's due date, and I've even served the baby legal eviction notice. He will be out by Tuesday."
If this is your first, be prepared for the greatest day of your life and for your world to change completely, but it will be a
greatest day of your life, followed by the year you will sleep less than any other year in your life.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But you know what? You're not going to remember that much. Well,
I do. I use it as a weapon against that child.
Yes, of course.
Linda Marie.
You of course indulge to excess, arguably.
I had to. So, my firstborn son would not sleep unless I sat on an exercise ball bouncing him. He had really bad acid reflux as a baby, and so I had to sit on with him bouncing on an exercise ball for hours at night, and then I would lay. When Lady Rackets would be awake or whatever, I would get a little nap in and stuff like that. It was, whew.
Brianna had that, and I had a Mazda Miata at the time, little spiffy little convertible.
You would have a Mazda Miata.
It was. This is a different time. it was nowhere near as dare I say it gay as it might be today. At the time it came out, it like there was a period of time where they just didn't make convertibles for like 10 or 15 years.
Yeah.
And so the Miata was like, oh my God, convertibles are back. I mean, it was a big deal. Anyway, but my Miata had an interesting thing that her baby seat fit like it was designed to be like a socket plug-in kind of thing. It just fit the passenger side seat perfectly.
And this is before airbags, so you could actually have a baby seat in the front.
Well, didn't have passenger side airbags.
Right.
Had driver's side, but not passenger side. So that's right. So anyway, she'd get colicky and fussy and just would not. But the Mazda had that purring, smooth engine, and I'd put her in that car and we would drive our neighborhood at 2:00 in the morning, and she'd go to sleep. Sometimes that was the only way we could get her to go to sleep. So my kids got this from their father. They fought sleep like no, like the defenders of the Alamo fought the Mexicans, with typically the same effect at the end of the day. And I was always bad about that, and I still am as an adult. That led to the ambient hallucinations that I know I had to have told you about at some point.
All right, Linda Marie says drinking to Micah Stauffer, deleting her channel. May she never exploit her kids online again. Cheers. I have no idea who that is. As Trump, Governor Andy Beshear, I hate you. I hate your solicitors. I hate your contributors. Kindly die and go to hell, motherfucker. Kentucky should quickly fire that dog, the lying coward. Coward, a liar. Andy Beshear.
I could close my eyes and actually feel like I was listening to Trump. You do that exceptionally well.
Did you so this is actually a story from Utah. An assistant attorney general in Utah was taking a nap, and he has a no solicitor sign plastered on his door, right? Some city councilman who's running for mayor comes up and knocks on the door and leaves the flyer. So the assistant attorney general is disturbed from his slumber, and he writes an email to the guy. And he says, I hate you. I hate your family. I hate your solicitors. You should kindly die and go to hell. It's awesome. I was like, yeah, that's how I feel anytime anybody knocks on my door. Leave.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Oh God, when I was a kid, that was just pretty much the worst felony you could commit was wake dad up when he's taking his nap.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if it was a generational thing or what, but it was so bad that there was actually a board game in the late 70s called Don't Wake Daddy.
Yeah, I have it.
Do you? Okay. I never played it or anything, but I mean, it's enough of a cultural thing that was.
Well, the best part though is the guy who's running for city council. He's a gay Asian man, and he started saying, well, with all of the anti-Asian and anti-LGBTQ stuff going around, I thought it necessary to share my story. It's like,
no, this is anti-asshole.
Yeah. The guy's got a sign on his door that says no solicitors. And they're like, well, we weren't soliciting, we were campaigning, so we were legally within our rights. Like, the door has a sign that for all intents and purposes says F you. Leave
me alone.
Right.
Well, and again, okay, fine. We know that the law lets you be an asshole.
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean we can't call you out for it.
Yeah, I was fully on the side of the guy who screamed at the idiot politician.
Yeah,
except that he's a prosecutor, so
yeah. Well, again, life is complicated,
Yeah.
I will give him I will give him a presumption of behaving right in that situation.
I tell you what, if I have a sign on my door and you come knocking, I expect to get screamed at.
Look, I'm sorry, Nick.
I
have when you've been doing it 25 years or not, novel legal problems are rare anyway. And when you just don't get a lot of novelty after 25 years. I still love what I do. I have a quick transaction I want to run by you, and I want you to tell me who's liable. Now,
Okay.
let me. It's best if you sketch this out on a piece of paper because it'll make a little bit more sense if you can. But you don't have to. You're probably smart enough to follow it. But
Give me a
okay.
second. I don't have a piece of paper, but I have my pen tablet here, so I can.
Okay. All right. So client, make a box to the left and put C. That's client.
All right.
Client writes a check to scumbag. Put that box kind of over on the right and draw a little arrow that says check to scumbag.
Yep.
Scumbag says, I never got the check. Client goes, oh, okay. So client stops payment on check 1 and issues check 2. Okay.
Okay.
Scumbag negotiates both checks. So draw 2 arrows down from scumbag to a box and call that, that's a check cashing store.
Okay. Check number 2. And so he negotiates
Both of them.
1 plus 2.
The one he said he didn't get and check number 2.
Okay. To a check cashing place.
Yeah. Check cashing place calls client and says, you owe us the money. Because when check cashing place deposits the check 1 is dishonored. The bank won't honor it.
Right.
Because remember, the client stopped payment. Check cashing place says, you owe us the money.
Okay.
What's the answer?
Oh God, we're gonna get into negotiable instruments.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
What's the initial though? Just gut reaction, right?
I mean, the initial reaction is that.
Oh, hell no, we don't know that.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. That's the initial reaction. Hell no, we don't know that. We issued a stop pay.
I'm on the phone with a client, and I sketched this transaction out in my notebook as we're talking. And all of a sudden, this impending sense of horror begins to build. Oh, and I'm on the phone with it's a couple, and it's the wife that handled this.
Right.
So while men will generally listen to a logical explanation that they don't like.
Yeah.
Women, when it's a logical explanation that they don't like and it's their money, that's just going to be a long conversation, And so I'm sitting here and they went, and we don't have to pay that, do we? And I went,
maybe.
Yeah. Well, remember, I have a strong aversion to, on the one hand, this, on the other hand, that, or maybe.
Yeah.
And I said, and the sense of dread, I could feel it increasing. And I went, I fear that we may actually owe this. Do what? I said, okay. Give me a second here. Let me collect my thoughts. I said, okay. A check is a negotiable instrument.
Mm-hmm.
They go, oh, okay. You don't actually know what a negotiable instrument is, do you? No. Because
you're not a lawyer. Why would you?
Well, and we don't really use checks the way they were originally designed to be used. Okay, we don't. Yeah. Their checks have the use of checks has completely deviated from what they were designed for, which is fine. But unfortunately, there are some interesting little quirks in the law. Well, a negotiable instrument is basically a self-executing document. In other words, if a check is actually, if it's genuine, i.e., it was issued properly and has the formalities signed and made it is cashable by anyone who holds it in their hands in the same way that cash is, right?
So long as the they match the party, right? Like so.
Well,
if it's
so long as the check was remember what I said, was genuinely issued.
Right.
Okay. Checks predate cash.
Yeah.
So what a check in the old days, it was very common to, if I have a negotiable instrument, I can endorse it, sign it, hand it to you, and now you can go cash it.
Yep.
Or you can sign it over to somebody else. That's what a third-party check is. I wrote the check to Nick. Nick took the check cashing place. They cashed it. Well, because they have the physical check, they can get it from the bank. Well, in a day and age before we could pick up the phone and call people and verify things, right? We needed the ability to carry money in something more convenient than bags of gold.
Yep.
So the check evolved as a legal instrument that said, okay, we're not going to get into whether or not you actually deserve the money. We're not even going to get into whether or not the check was stolen, right? It's just negotiable. Period. Now, if the check was stolen from the party that wrote it, or it was fraudulently procured, there are some protections. But anyway, bottom line is, yeah, it's on us, because the third-party check cashing company is a holder in due course. Remember that little phrase?
I do. I did very well in negotiable instruments.
I did too. That was one of the classes I actually did well in, because once you understand the economic system, you go, oh, okay, that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is where the real world clashes violently with the world of theory, because of course I'm sitting there going, wow, this is kind of interesting. And they're going, this is thousands of dollars, Ty. You're a little too happy about this. I'm like, oh, yeah. So I said, look, let me do this. Let me crack my law books open. I'll call you back in 5 or 10 minutes. I need to see if my legal theory is that way. That's fine. So I go and I walk into Lacey's office and I said, hey, come here. And Carrie, I said, a novel legal thing. And I said, Lacey, they tested negotiable instruments on the bar exam, didn't they? She goes, yeah. So I said, well, this is what happened. And I draw it out and I'm talking. And of course, they're like, we don't. And Lacey goes, oh my God, we owe the money, don't we? I said, and?
Don't use checks. It's a shit system.
They're a holder in due course.
Would
you like to know the painful irony of all this?
What's that?
If the client hadn't have stopped payment on the check, they could have very easily just simply claimed that those guys stole the check and faked it. And, you know, who could have told otherwise?
Right.
But because they did exactly what conscientious people would do, they couldn't contest the validity of a check that they stopped payment on. Yeah. So I was like, okay, call your bank, ask your banker what you need to do. And for God's sakes, don't tell them that you've actually talked to a lawyer. The bank may have an accommodation. They may bail you out. And if they don't, you should chew their ass hard for not telling you in big, bright 24-point type. We've stopped payment on the check, but if a third party gets that check, you know, it's you know.
The other thing is stop pays expire. People don't usually realize that a stop pay expires, and banks, as a practice, tend to I think a stop pay expires after 6 months, and banks, as a practice, tend to not accept checks that are dated over 6 months ago. But there is nothing illegal about accepting a check.
No. I think you could actually prevail legally against a bank that refused to take a check that was validly issued.
Yeah.
I've gotten into it with banks, not lately, but some years back. I remember getting into it a few times with banks and going, no, you actually can't refuse me. I need to talk to your manager because I'm about to get really angry. You have to honor this check. Well, our policy, stop right there. I don't
that's where you're wrong. Is the policy thing.
Yeah. This is not something, this is a different kind of animal. But anyway, somebody said in the stream, notes are the, yes, here's the, basically, okay, so a check is nothing more than a promise to pay you amount of money if you present it at a bank. A promissory note is the same thing, effectively. It's a promise that if certain conditions are met, anything, either on a schedule or on demand, whatever, I'll pay you. You've heard the term banknote. Well, a banknote was a promissory note from the bank that says, on demand, we'll pay you this amount of money. And because it was good, and there were banks in all the various cities you're going, hey, I'd rather carry this little piece of paper around than a bag of gold. Bob comes up and goes, you owe me X amount of money. Well, here, let me just give you this. This is as good as gold. Banknotes. That's what a banknote is. Well, eventually governments went, hey, we ought to get in on that business.
Yep.
You know, and the history of currency is actually very fast. That might make an interesting live stream, actually, at some point. There must be tens, maybe 20s of people that would care enough to watch us chew the fat about that.
There's a short list somewhere.
Yeah.
No, but today, it is really interesting.
On Retainer Law, we're going to talk about the history of currency.
Negotiable instrument problems are not problems you come across very frequently as a normal person.
25 years, nothing like this has ever happened. And I do a lot of weird stuff, as you know.
And it's a good lesson for people that if you have a large transaction, a cashier's check is a check that is drafted on the bank. And
there are different rules.
And they are also very, very differently able to fight about
yes.
honoring those funds.
You're going to find this hard to believe, but the law treats them much nicer than they treat you.
Why would they do that?
Gosh, I can't imagine. Somebody asked in the stream, well, wait a minute, couldn't they sue the scumbags? Oh, sure. The scumbags who don't even have a bank account.
I strongly advise people against using checks in general. If you have to use checks for any appreciable amount of money, get a bank draft, a cashier's check drafted on the bank's ledger. They'll take the money from your account. But if a stop payment is issued on that bank draft, guess what? It goes back into your account at that point. And the bank will deal with honoring or not honoring.
Actually, I wasn't entirely accurate. There actually are some beneficial aspects of that. But the point is that these are these little bitty. I call them. These are legacy, orphan issues that wait a minute. Couldn't they have called the bank or called us? They could have, but they're not legally obliged to.
Yep.
Well, so what if they stole the check? Well, that's totally different. The law is very clear. If they stole the check and it wasn't validly issued, you're not on the hook for that. But the problem is when you wrote the check, it was valid. And by the way, there isn't, as far as I can tell, any way to actually legally cancel a negotiable instrument except to pay it off or obtain possession of it.
Yeah.
That's why, so when you have a problem, when you guys pay off your note on your house or on anything else, there is a legal ritual that is supposed to happen, and it almost always does. They return the original note to you. Okay, that's a legal part of this process, because if they didn't do that, they could legally assign that note to somebody else, and they could come get the money out of you again. Yes, you could sue them, but the way the system is supposed to work, they return the note to you, and that's how it is canceled. So, and again, you're like, we're in the 21st century. I mean, we take pictures of our checks how's that? I believe personally that the banks it's silly of the banks to not warn people. And maybe they do. I've never stopped payment on a check, so I don't know. I had an old lawyer buddy of mine, a mentor of mine when I first started practicing law, and he said, don't ever stop payment on a check. And I can't, he might have even tried to explain it to me. I don't remember, but he was adamant about that. And I just never had any particular reason to do so. So, bear that in mind. Somebody comes to you and says, I didn't get the check. It's like, what are you going to do? I mean, when you loose a check, when you send a check by mail, you're sending, Now, in 25 years, this is the first time anything like this has ever happened to me. So I don't.
Well, it's rare because usually people are taking a bank note or a check to a bank. They're going to deposit that check in.
Third-party checks are very unusual, except for the check cashing business.
Well, and banks are all on the federal ACH system, and they have a set of gentleman rules to be in the federal ACH system. And one of those is negotiating checks gentlemanly between each other. So if you issue a stop pay on a check from Wells Fargo and you take it to Bremer Bank likes to be on the ACH system, and they contact Wells Fargo and say, okay, here's a draft from this account. And they say, whoa, we've got a stop pay on that check number. And they say, oh, then we will not actually issue the funds because we are in contract with each other on this other thing that is much more important than the $35 for our customer.
Right. And while the customer could probably theoretically sue them and prevail, no one's going to do that.
Right.
Because for one thing, the customer's coming in with unclean hands.
Right.
You know.
And if they're coming in with clean hands, they're generally able to get a different copy of the draft anyway. Yeah, right? Like it's not.
Yeah, I keep forgetting you worked in a bank for an extended period of time. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, but check cashing places are not on the federal ACH system.
Nope.
And they are not part of the banking cabal, and therefore they're not the in-group. So they
no, and I think check cashing places do a tremendous service, especially in low-income neighborhoods.
Well,
because ask the low-income people who they'd rather do business with.
Yeah,
their local check cashing service, or go into the good side of town and try to get a bank teller to help them on stuff.
Check cashing places are better than payday loan places. Sometimes they're combined. Payday loan places are horrific.
Back in the old days, I mean, my parents in the grocery business, and this was just, I mean, we cashed paychecks, payroll checks,
right? Yeah,
for a fee, and we knew all the local employers, right? We knew that, and I mean, and we occasionally got burned by some reason or whatever, but by and large, it was a win-win business. We had people lined up all the way almost back to the meat aisle, to the meat department in the back of the store on payday. Well, they were lined up because they wanted us to do this for them, and we wanted to do it for them. Nobody was being exploited. That's
no, like I said, check cashing places nowadays a lot of times are merged with payday loan centers, and the payday loan people are monsters.
Well, it's they are, but at the same time, you're imposing, dare I say it, you're imposing white middle class values on transactions that aren't part of that process.
I mean,
if I need the money today, if I need it today, and someone's willing to give it to me today, and I'll pay them back in a week, am I not the best judge of what I need?
I know enough people to say no to that statement.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I kind of walked into that one, didn't I? But really, that's the thing, right? Only an idiot says. I mean, I know I know you. I'm not calling you an idiot.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
This is what I deserve for the Team America thing. It's okay.
Oh, no. You don't get off that easily. Good grief. No. No, what I mean is that it's a height of arrogance for anybody to decree what's best for adults.
Right. Well, you
pathetic children in the inner cities aren't smart enough to assess whether or not you're willing to pay that price. You need us white liberals to tell you how to do it. The net result is you're not going to be able to do it because we don't think you should.
Wells Fargo used to do loan advances on paycheck loan advances when you had direct deposit set up, and it was a brutal system. I mean the annual percentage rate on those things comes out to something like 90% or whatever, because it's like a 25% instant interest payment that you make, and it's horrible.
But to be fair though, looking at it as a percentage is not really a reasonable way to look at it when you're talking about smaller loans. There's a flat cost to setting up a loan.
Yeah.
No matter how much the loan is for.
Well, these were percentage based. These weren't flat fee.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But the bank has to recover that flat fee. And so just, the smaller the loan, the higher the interest rate is necessary for the loan to be attractive to the lender, right? Because there's a go work with me here.
No, I'm with you. There's an amount of manpower that's required, amount of technology, amount of file keeping, all of that stuff. Yeah, no, right. I know. I just see it destroy lives. I'm not saying that it should be illegal.
Well, I mean, money destroy. Yeah, the whole concept of usury legally is a stupid concept in my opinion, because it takes agency away from individuals.
Well, I can
Now,
tell you're not Muslim.
No, I'm not. Really? Well, that's a. But I mean, but you know where I'm going.
Finally settled that one.
Yeah, thank God, or Allah. But you know, but the point, you know, Texas is a great example because we have very stringent usury laws, and I have literally said to lawyers from other states when they go, "What is the maximum interest rate in Texas?" And I say, "I don't know."
Yeah.
We just put it in the contract that if it is usurious, it'll be reduced to what's not non-usurious, because our usury law is riddled with countless exceptions.
Of course.
That are necessary for a 21st century economy to work.
Because like you said, if I need money today,
yeah,
then and depending on the amount, especially as that amount grows, well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna need a good bulwark of insurance up front, plus my labor costs, plus the equipment costs. Going into it. No, I get it.
It's yeah. Now that said, look, I yield to no man in how much I despise credit card companies.
Yeah.
You know, my standing statement, it's not really, people laugh when I say it, but it's not actually a joke. What's the difference between a loan shark and a credit card company? You'll get a better rate from the loan shark. You really will.
Dave Ramsey over here.
You know, well, I mean, it just is. I mean, when you start piling on all the fees and everything that they routinely pile on, you're paying 35 and 40% interest, and you're not going to pay that down by making minimum payments.
No.
You know, and so, but anyway, I didn't mean to go off on an extended discussion of the financial system, but that's my new novel legal thing, and it's just like, you know, but it was very good because Lacey, she's like, oh my God, we're on the hook for it.
It sucks.
You see the wheels turn. It's like, yep, there you go. And Carrie's like, okay, why? And I said, negotiable paper. Didn't take that in law school, and it wasn't on the Missouri bar, and it wasn't on. Okay. Well, and that's not right. I said, well,
it doesn't feel right at all, but
it doesn't feel right. It is actually right when again, it'll be necessary for me to take you through the Industrial Revolution and the use of money to understand. But if you'll run those traps, you'll actually come out and go, okay, I understand. Because the third-party check cashing service had no way of knowing legally. And there's nothing in the law that says you have to do it, nor is that practical, probably given the volume of checks that they do. They have to have the assurance that check is going to be honored, assuming it's not hot or assuming it's not fraudulently procured.
Yep.
But yeah, you know what? All of that great theory and all that explanation and just how logical it is, you talk about not making a client happy. I actually said to the client, I said, okay. He goes, yeah, I can tell by your tone the news isn't great. I said, no, it's not. And said, in fact, it's so bad that I'm not even going to bill you, because we had drafted a demand letter and everything. I mean, he didn't clearly communicate to us what the problem was and all this. And I said, it's so bad that I'm not going to bill you. I'll just collect a meal the next time you're in town. And he goes, oh God, we're on the hook, aren't we? And I said, I'm afraid so. Interesting follow-up question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
If you refuse to pay the check cashing service, have you committed criminal check fraud?
Ooh. I don't think so. I don't think they could get to the intent aspect of the fraud.
Hopefully the law is drafted in your state similar to the way it is in Texas. And it was funny because the third-party check cashing service sent a very well-reasoned quote of the law, but left a very key point out. If you issue the check and there are insufficient funds to cover the check when you issue it, you're presumed and and that so clients like, you know, should we pay them? I said, oh hell no.
Yeah.
And they're like, will we get in trouble? No, because you're not in violation of the statute. So you're not criminally liable. You would be civilly liable if they actually want to try to sue you for a couple $1,000s. I said, but I would not pay them this money. I'd negotiate this one. We'll split it. We'll talk to your bank first, right? See if the bank has some accommodation.
Right.
Won't
Yeah.
surprise me at all if the bank doesn't go, business decision. We'll cover it. But,
Well, that's the difference between someone with more than $38 in their account too.
Yes, and this client has substantial. I mean, it's not, he's reasonably hefty. It's not, and that's the thing. But the thing is, it doesn't matter how much money you have. If you earned it yourself, every dollar is still worth a dollar. You remember your grandfather.
Oh yeah,
Lewis. Lewis was all about making sure that he got proper value for his expenditures. He never, because he remembers when he didn't have that dollar.
Yep.
He did remember, and God love him. That's a great attitude to have. But anyway, I thought you'd get a kick out of that though. That was just
it was good. I've worked long and hard to forget negotiable transactions. Or negotiable.
Don't forget. Never forget. Put it in a box, and the boxes shall never touch. But don't forget, because.
Johan says, "Hey Nick and Ty, I'm trying to get the F out of Virginia once I get out of the Army in a few months. Any advice where I should look as a sane person, aka not a Democrat?"
Try Texas. We have all kinds of accommodations for veterans. Like if you want to open a car lot and you're a veteran, the law gives you certain passes on things. We have any number of, things that if you're a veteran, the state of Texas will give you an advantage. And strangely enough, that doesn't bother us a whole lot. I kind of like the idea of having a whole bunch of experienced military retired personnel in my state.
Yeah, Texas is there. You've got Oklahoma, you've got Florida. So if you want to get a little cooler, you go South Dakota.
There are some really nice areas of Oklahoma too, especially in the eastern part of the state.
In the middle of the state, it's just flat and hot.
Yeah. Oh, but the Broken Bow area, all that area around, was it? Oh crap, I forgot the state park there. But anyway, there's just some beautiful country there. But Texas, Texas is very, very accommodating for veterans. Your kids get cheaper tuition at state schools. I mean, you get cheaper tuition. There's just all kinds of little accommodations, and why it's almost as though we're trying to build up a citizen class that could, if they wanted to,
defend themselves.
Well, maybe perhaps be the core of a Texas Army. Not that I'm advocating that, of course.
Never would. Ben Graziano says, Anglo oppression bullshit. The reason the Anglos were in Texas was by Mexican invite to use as a buffer because of the problems that Mexico is having with the Comanches. Am I not right, Ty? And you covered that.
Yes, you are. But I also, that probably was a more immediate reason than the reasons I gave. But I do think that the Mexican leaders were smart enough to know that if, it's always been one of those just basic concepts in property law that, you got to occupy it to own it. and you've got a gigantic area of virgin land where nothing but Indians are there. Either the Indians are going to keep it or the Americans are going to kill all the Indians and take it. Or you'll put your own people in there.
Right.
Now, it was a mutual, this idea that a bunch of Americans just swarmed into Texas and took it over is bullshit. Were there people in Texas without the permission of the Mexican government? Yeah, of course there were. But the vast majority of settlers in Texas were there legally,
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. Good point. I'd forgotten about that aspect of it. So yeah.
I mean, you kind of talked about it a little bit, but
yeah.
Guys, we're getting close to 1,000 likes, by the way. Thank you. If you're enjoying the stream, remember to hit like,
You're not going to do something stupid if you get to 1,000, are you?
I just take a shot of whiskey at 1,000.
Okay.
It's
Well,
kind of a thing that we do around here.
Good. I mean, you're not going to disappear and suddenly Drexel's going to appear. And
No.
then it seems like we've done that before.
That's a lot more shots of whiskey from now.
Yeah.
Richard Pierce says he gave his word and he gave his hand that his Indian friends could keep their land, and the rest of his life he took the stand that justice was due every redskin band.
Davy Crockett.
So there you go. Defiant Lemming says, hey, Nick and Ty, great to see you again. Can you compare/contrast the Emperor's Sardaukar versus Fremen as related to Mexicans versus the Alamo? Hey, Ty, con sluts. I can't, but I bet you can't you?
I can take a swing at it, I suppose.
Only if you want to. It might be a troll question.
Okay. The Sardaukar were, if you're a Dune fanatic, as I am, the Sardaukar were the Emperor's elite soldiers. They were thought to be invincible. It was widely accepted they were invincible. They grew up and they were that way because they grew up on a hellhole of a planet, and only the best survived, and et cetera, et cetera. And Dune, remember, has a technology base that brings back sword fighting as the primary way of fighting, in a credible way, in a non-Warhammer 40K way.
Oh, wait a minute! Come on now, non-credible.
It was
chainsaw swords.
Yeah.
Energy weapons. What are you talking about? Listen to this whiner.
Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted. So the Sardaukar were widely considered to be unbeatable, and it was accepted as an axiom, and they were unbeatable until they met the Fremen, who grew up in an even shittier place than they did, and were in an environment that made the Sardaukar planet look like the Garden of Eden. And so they were badly handled by the Fremen. They also had the problem that the Fremen were religious fanatics and thought Paul Atreides was their messiah. So you add superior fighting ability and then religious fanaticism, and the Fremen were almost sort of Mary Sue. Things. The novel gets away with it because it's such an engrossing and detailed and wonderfully imagined world. But the Fremen are way too powerful for what I mean. It's.
I can never sit down and read it because my brain is stuck in other sci-fi universes.
I know that's a problem because so much of what was new in Dune is now a trope in science fiction,
right?
As well. Plus, Dune. There's an investment of time at the beginning, especially when, Herbert does as little exposition as he can, but with that intricate of a world, you're just going to have a fair amount of people standing around talking, and it really doesn't get good until about a third of the way into the novel. That first third. It's a peculiar thing.
I've slogged through the beginning of Atlas Shrugged, and the beginning of Atlas Shrugged is way, way more boring than the beginning of Dune. But I had more time back then. That's the difference.
Yeah. Now, Dune is one of those things it's kind of worth the effort. But make no mistake, there's effort involved. Because the interesting thing about it is when you finally get to the second 2/3 and it does start picking up and you start getting interested, you'll almost inevitably go, wait a minute. And you'll go back and reread the first. Once you're familiar with what's going on, that second read through of the first third will go fast, and it will have a lot more. There's just a lot of crap you'll miss because it's so intricate and well developed. So but that's my shot. So I guess conceptually, the Mexicans were, but they really weren't. That's all Anyway.
A guy in the chat says, Ben Frail says, tell us about your time working the phones after hours at the bank. I'll tell you real quick. When I worked at Wells Fargo.
I'm sorry, I'm already laughing about that.
Oh yeah.
I only have to imagine.
Well, I worked Wells Fargo, and our manager told us that we had a mandatory warm call night right? And
You.
these are people who are Wells Fargo customers who had elected, in big air quotes, to be contacted about other products or whatever. You know what they did? Like they filled out their online banking and they didn't uncheck the box. And so
There are no warm calls.
yeah, you have a
you know.
giant list of Wells Fargo customers in front of you, and it's got like a summary of their accounts and then an algorithmically generated suggestion box for other products they may be interested in. And you're supposed to pick up a phone after bank hours, so like 6 o'clock at night, and call these people up while they're eating dinner and
Yeah.
try and sell them home equity loans. So,
I gotta say, I never really got into the whole annoy the living shit out of someone to sell them something.
it was so
I
they
had my doubts about the efficacy of that strategy.
it went as well as you would expect. So the manager says, "Okay, tonight, 5 to 8 is call night. So for 3 hours, we had to sit there and make these calls." And my manager says, "But I have to leave."
Okay, yeah. Gee,
So
I wonder how this plays out.
I sat down, I pulled out Atlas Shrugged, I opened it up, and I just read for 3 straight hours.
Congratulations, you guys have found something that makes Atlas Shrugged the better option.
Now, past page 200 or so, Atlas Shrugged does really
No,
pick up.
it's because again, in its way, it's an intricately crafted setting and stuff as well. There's just
I could have
Brianna,
stabbed that manager in the neck that night.
yeah, I would imagine.
So pissed.
Yeah, well, like I said, when this was the best option I had. Yeah, I'd be kind of bitter about that.
Yeah.
Brianna, when she was young, and I worked with her and Brittany both, and really encouraged them to write, and had a lot of conversations about writing. I seem to be a good writer. I just don't like to do it a lot. and so I know all the theories and all the stuff about how to write well, and I imparted them. And one of the things was, show don't tell. Exposition is to be avoided like the plague if possible. Ha ha, the plague. You see what I mean? Anyway, but unfortunately, some novels are just so intricate that you're just going to have to slog through it. But it's worth it, because it took me I don't know, at least 4 tries to read Dune, and that's exactly the same thing as oh God, this is horribly boring. Well, I don't know if boring is the right word. It's
just soupy. It's like reading Paradise Lost in a way. It's like
yeah. That's actually a really good analogy.
You gotta wade through it, and it's very Paradise Lost, very rewarding book to read. Very happy I read it, but God,
an absolute beating.
Yeah, because you're effectively learning you're learning a different dialect. It's centuries old English
by someone who simply didn't know about writing concisely.
Didn't know about writing concisely.
Also, and he wrote while he was blind over a 7-year period or something. It's just
the dialect of 400 years ago or whatever is just different.
Yeah. I'm a huge critic of that whole, well, since you speak English today, you ought to be able to read Old English. No, it's a different language. If I don't speak Spanish, is my English teacher going to make me read Don Quixote in the original Spanish? I hope not.
They will.
I have a friend who's an English teacher, and if she sees this, she'll already have her razors out, because we have clashed on this point before. I told you about reading Paradise Lost in a graduate class, didn't I? That was focused on the Western hero, the concept of the hero in the Western.
Oh no!
It was a great class. The basic thesis, and it was taught by a pretty renowned myth and folklore scholar from University of Arizona, I think. Anyway. It was a summer graduate class, and so summer graduate classes, guys, are real intense, because you're there for you're in a serious class that meets 2 or 3 hours a day every day. I mean, it's compact thing. Anyway, his thesis was that a culture's characteristics can be inferred accurately from their concept of the hero. right?
Mm-hmm.
And that the hero in the Western tradition changes over time as Western civilization changes. And so Achilles, for example, is the Greek classic hero.
Right.
At the end of the day, he's a pissy, spoiled brat who throws a temper tantrum, gets his best friend killed, and very nearly loses the war. Right, all because he didn't get his way with his king. Okay, well, a civilization that had scores of squabbling, disunited city-states, all fighting each other at every turn. That matches. You move on to Aeneas in Rome, and Aeneas is honorable. He is dedicated to his duty. He is stoic. He is, gosh, exactly like the perfect Roman, isn't he? And anyway, and you really can map that. You can really go, well. Paradise Lost was in the medieval section of the concept of the hero. And what's interesting about Paradise Lost is that Milton was demonstrating subtly that the pagan hero is no longer one to be admired. That the Christ-like Christian conception of the hero is now the standard, and he does that by making Satan a classic Greek mythical hero.
Right.
It's virtually indistinguishable from Achilles. Really, he's defiant. He's better to serve and rule in hell than serve in heaven, and he's in And at first you admire him. You go, wow, wow, it's kind of weird, but Satan's sort of the. But as the story wears on, Satan gets more and more pissy and more whiny and less, less agreeable. By the time Paradise Lost is over, Satan really isn't all that. I mean, he's just really kind of a prick.
Yeah.
kind of a whiny prick.
He's exceedingly whiny by the end of it.
Yeah, but here's the thing: he was whiny at the beginning. It was just you're just so blown away by the defiance, by the shaking his fist at God, going, and so Milton was an insanely skillful plotter of stories, but oh my God, the writing. I'd always when I thought I was going to be a professor, because I really liked mythology and folklore as well as my interest in history, and I always entertained the idea of just rewriting Paradise Lost in modern language with no attempt whatsoever to keep Milton's, literally just rewrite the story.
And then you realize that the Horus heresy exists, and now you don't have to.
No, I didn't actually realize that.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, it's a great story. That's the thing about all that old classic literature stuff is this. They're all great stories. But depending on how they're presented, it can be an absolute beating, which is why I gleefully endorse Cliff Notes and summaries and all those cheat sheets, because you'll get the story, which is the important thing. I don't care about the beauty of Milton's prose or lack thereof.
Oh, come on, that dinner. The dinner's great. Where they got all the demons and the little lesser demons in hell sitting around a dinner table all whining about how they're hoping God will just wink them out of existence if they just go beg him to, because their lives are so miserable. and Satan's like, chin up, y'all.
Yeah, I like the battle towards the end, where the demons like they've got a surprise weapon that they're going to beat the angels with. They've got a cannon.
Yes. And then I love them whining about how Michael hurts, like, because he cuts them with his flaming sword. They're like, ow, never felt pain. What is this?
Yeah. By the way, have you seen Good Omens, the miniseries? I think it's on Netflix.
I have not watched. I read the book Good Omens, which is great.
Okay. I've heard. I haven't read the book. I've heard that the miniseries is very faithful to the book. But John Hamm plays Michael. Or does he play Gabriel?
I think it's Gabriel.
He plays Gabriel. Anyway, it's Ham is an underrated, very good actor, but he just it's just glorious. I can't really describe it any better. He winds up on Earth and he's talking to the angel here, and he's like, "Hello, I'm down on this material plane in this bookstore. I would like to buy," and he leans in, "I would like to buy some pornography. Tell me, is there a place where we can talk privately about my purchasing of this pornography? Crude matter is what he's going to say." Just, anyway, yeah. Paradise Lost. Read the Cliff Notes because it is a good story. It's a fantastic story, but oh my goodness.
Or if you have time, just buckle down and read the book. I recommend it. Okay. Sharon Young says, looks like I'm going to miss the Vic stream live Wednesday because my mom died this morning. We'll be traveling for the funeral next week.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry to hear that. My dad is losing his bride of nearly 57 years. Rest in peace. Cancer is a bitch. It is.
I've been exactly where you are, and it does suck.
Yeah. Very sorry to hear that.
Deepest condolences, and unfortunately, it's just going to suck for a while.
Yep. Timothy,
it does get better. It truly does, but it'll take a while.
Timothy Reaper says, I used to work at a car dealership, and we had a really tall guy working in the shop. I love seeing him drive the Miata convertibles because he looked like a Shriner.
Oh yeah. Don Harris, my law partner. His head stuck up over the top.
Yeah,
we'd be driving. He finally had just put his head down because Don was bald even then. But if it was a little bit nippy outside, it would make his head numb. The Miata was a glorious car. I never enjoyed driving, and I had an IROC Z28 and a Mustang GT. I was quite the performance sports car fan in my youth. I know that's probably surprising. But the Miata was just a lot of fun.
I will only remember that you drove a Miata. Silky Johnson says, I could listen to you and talk about that history for a long time. Ty should start a history podcast and call it something like Cane Shaking History with Ty Beard, or the show can be as long as the batteries in his glasses last. Currency stream, do it. Well,
I think that, if I was convinced that I had the time and the talent, I would love to do a live stream because I enjoy these things a lot, actually. It's never an imposition to invite me on your show. Never.
You say that now.
Yeah. Well, no.
Ty is a guest for one straight month every single night. He says it's never an imposition. You heard it here.
Let's just see whether let's just test how serious he is.
Moranin says, hi, Ty. I used to work at a check cashing place, and back then the check cashing place was liable for a check they cashed if they did not check for stop payments and verify the check with the issuer. Calls were recorded.
That certainly state laws could override that. They certainly could. I didn't find any state laws in Texas to that effect, though, unfortunately. But that's not a classic. That's something that was added on recently to the law because negotiable instruments arose in a time when there was no communication like that. They predate the telegraph even. So, but yeah, interesting to note.
Let's see. Timothy Reaper says, "Has Ty
real
heard?"
Quick, what was the name of that history podcast again?
Cane Shaking History.
Cane, yeah, I'm writing
Ty
that
Beard.
one down. That is yeah.
Why don't you just say "Get your historians off my lawn" podcast?
Well, so that's a funny thing, right? I've toyed ever since you've made me aware of these things, Nick. I've toyed idly, with the idea of having a podcast, and actually, I can show you. So, my opinion.
Oh God,
is,
are you going to show me your sketches of your podcast?
No, not that. It is pretty pathetic. I will have to admit, but no, it's. I've always been convinced that if you're going to do a good podcast, the very first thing that is required is you must have a good theme. You must have good theme music.
Yeah.
Would you say that's a reasonable assumption?
I think it helps.
Yeah. Okay. So unfortunately, can I find it? Ah, yes. So I go out, I don't think I can license the beginning of All Along the Watchtower by Jimi Hendrix. I certainly would take a crack at it, but it's probably outside the realm of what I'd be wanting
to be a heavy investment, maybe.
Yeah. The same is almost certainly true of the theme from Shaft, for example. But I discovered, the royalty-free music can be obtained for quite reasonable licensing fees, $50, whatever,
Yeah.
And so this was one of the themes that I was toying with.
He's gonna play the copyrighted music on the stream.
Oh, well, you can just go to their website. No, this is on their website. You can play it on their website.
On whose website?
The copyrighted music people. Come on now. Anyway, so I've at least solved for the theme music.
I know you're not a copyright lawyer.
I actually honestly didn't think a thing about it. Hopefully that will fall in the realm of free use, or I'll just pay the license fee in the morning and be done with it.
No, it'll be fine, I'm sure.
Well, you know what? If they're dumb enough to get pissy to someone that's got 1,000+ people listening to him, then
they just what they do is they just claim it. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It does not matter. It's just
listen,
funny.
I'm the one that called you on the phone to tell you that I had sent a tweet out. So,
that's true.
What really do you expect? Come on. So at least I've solved for. I got another choice too, but it's the same sort of thing. It's reminiscent of the theme from Shaft, So I've got my theme.
Let me just suggest before you start anything, please consult with an expert. Me.
Mm-hmm.
I'll help you on the rules of the road.
I wouldn't dream otherwise, because that's the only chance I have of it not being an unmitigated disaster. Because when enthusiasm and incompetence, when those streams cross, boy. The amount of carnage one can create is huge.
Ty is sabotaging channel to keep Vic from testifying.
That's pretty good. But all kidding aside, how do you think you actually kind of have a theme for your channel, right? The internet law kind of, the law stuff.
Yeah.
And how do people decide what the hell they're going to talk about?
What a lot of successful YouTubers and podcasters have done is they've failed at a lot of different things and then found out what people like to listen to.
They just keep trial and error. Well,
yeah. Sometimes
I got all kinds of, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you hit it early, and then sometimes, it takes a little finessing, and then other times you got to kind of change things up as they go, and you adapt to the situation in a fluid environment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just was curious. I just that to me would be the biggest challenge. Obviously, because I couldn't prepare for a show the way you prepare for your show, right? This is you treat this, I think, admirably so as a job, and I don't have the bandwidth to do anything like that. But to sit around and talk about things I've got a lot of enthusiasm about, sure. Of course, I don't know how. I don't know what the. I have serious reservations about the 20 or 30 people that want to hear that, and a B, of course, how far there's not. There is a finite amount of that, but anyway,
I find
you're probably in no danger of.
I find
as a competitor, but
if you talk about what you like, people like to listen to it.
Interesting. That's good. Because you have dragged me out into the light and out of the closet, and I now
I dragged Ty out of the closet. We did it, Reddit. Pride Month wins.
Yep, you did. This is who I am.
Timothy Reaper says, "Has Ty heard about the Federal Unemployment Tax Act? If so, does it need to have some clauses attached?"
I have not. The
Oh.
federal unemployment tax.
Yeah, the Federal Unemployment Tax Act. Well, basically, if the federal government's going to pay out for the Federal Unemployment Tax Act, the question is, does it need two receptacles to hold the money that's going to come out? Like some sort of receptacle repository
Federal
for
unemployment tax. I don't know. No, I'm not familiar with that. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you
I
knew
mean, the
about it.
Democrats are in charge, so there's going to be a tax for everything proposed.
Yeah, there'll probably be like 4 or 5 receptacles then, right?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
that
Yeah,
makes
I mean,
sense.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
kooks like Elizabeth Warren make policy.
I agree.
You're going to get what you get.
Yeah, it's just a complete disaster. Kool-Aid Man says, "Oh yeah, so Ty, I was telling Nick how I'll be in Texas, how I'd be happy to break the horse known as Monica Rial, but I'm afraid those things will do what those teeth will do to my damage to my penis. I need my penis. Without it, I'd be like Ron holding a snack tray at the gangbang." So, okay.
That's a lot to unpack, but it's pretty damn funny.
EDP445 says in Trump voice, "Hey Ty, EDP445 tried to solicit sexual relations from a minor on the internet. Would it automatically be a federal crime because it's through the internet? Also, any crime that is done through the internet, does it make it federal or can it be state?" Why is that in Trump voice?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The answer is it's federal if the feds want to take it.
Yeah. And remember, the feds and the states can charge you for the same thing.
So there's 2 different things. I believe the federal
Not
statute.
aware of a defense that it's on the internet, so it's okay. I'm not much,
But I believe the federal statute does say soliciting requires, soliciting across state lines. However, federal courts have ruled that a communication even to a next door neighbor done on the internet tends to route outside of state lines and come back into state lines, and so therefore it is considered that. But some acts require a physical difference in presence.
And that's what happens when people decide they want the law to fix problems that it wasn't designed to fix, by the way. Because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. Well, no, it's not. It's not. It's among the stupider things.
It is dumb because, I mean, the signal briefly, like literally briefly as possible, it's moving at the speed of light, effectively travels outside and back into the state.
Well, okay, if we start talking about quantum physics, then basically anything with a geographical component is null and void. I mean, seriously, yeah. Anyway, I don't want to go off on that rant, but it's going to take the law a long time to catch up to the internet, and by the time it does, it'll still be out of date because a bunch of other stuff will have changed.
Right. Jeffrey Epstein says, Ty, have you heard how the guards were caught fabricating records regarding Epstein?
Yes.
Is the corruption on the federal government like cover-ups in the state governments like Texas? Hashtag Epstein did not kill himself.
Okay, I'm not quite sure I followed the question. Is the what?
It says, is the corruption on the federal government like cover-ups in the state governments like Texas?
Probably. I mean, bureaucracies with no accountability are, why would you expect people not to cover embarrassing things up if they can get away with it?
Right.
I mean, this is sort of a variation of the Scott Adams hypothesis that if it's easy to commit fraud in any context and there's value to be gained by doing that, you should presume that fraud has happened. Why wouldn't you? I mean, that's why accountability is actually such a big deal, and it's why bureaucrats fight accountability like the Texans fought the Mexicans at the Alamo.
Exactly.
Sorry. I mean, obviously, I'm easily entertained.
I want to briefly address something. The courts have said that information sent on the internet can leave the state and come back into it, so they presume that it does. I know that not all information transmitted on the internet necessarily leaves the state in the course of its travel from one place to another, but the courts presume that it does. That's why I said that if the feds want that case, they can take it under existing law.
Yeah, and because it's a presumption, you've got to prove that it didn't. And how do you do that?
It's a mess. Richard Pierce says, as Lawrence of Arabia, which I've never watched. I don't know how his voice goes.
Somebody suggested that it might have been the same person in the stream that we ought to do a watch party. I don't know if it's an option. It's an interesting movie, and it is
17 hours of Lawrence of Arabia.
Well, I mean,
is it the Zack Snyder
it's
cut?
only 3.5 hours.
Oh my God.
Only. Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, if you're a Dune person, Dune is essentially a retelling of Lawrence of Arabia in a science fiction setting. Pretty much idealized, obviously. But.
So basically, he wants me to say, as Lawrence of Arabia, which again, I don't know how he sounds.
Peter O'Toole.
Ron Toye is a cuck. Side note, Super Chat doesn't like the word cuck. There you go. Okay. Let's see. Mario.
I don't particularly like it either, but it's beyond. But it's amazingly accurate.
What?
The term "cuck."
Oh yeah. Mario Carter 13 says 620 Father's Day, 619 I don't have a Father's Day. Oh. Okay, so the 20th is Father's Day and the 19th is I don't have a Father's Day. Got it.
The 19th isn't Juneteenth. The 19th is Juneteenth. It's a racial.
I see. But Juneteenth Day was the 18th, according to Biden, which is why the court didn't review my document.
Biden's an idiot. No, what happened was they, out of the blue, named Juneteenth a federal holiday like this week.
Yeah.
And apparently, so that what they do is if the holiday falls on a weekend, you do the day before.
Right. So all of a sudden, everybody found out that Friday they weren't going to be open.
Yeah, but Nick, let's remember that Congress was shut down today, and I am generally in favor of anything that shut Congress down.
That's true. I'm just mad because I have a court document that I need judicial approval on, and we didn't have it today.
Yeah, there's that.
It's like I need that before Monday afternoon. I need it done. So we'll see.
Yeah, it would seem to me that would fall into the category of good cause.
Yeah.
That a federal holiday literally materialized out of the ether.
Yeah. Hungry Ewok says, Ty, how was RPG Con? You kind of talked about it, but any other thoughts? Had a blast. Very good.
It was good.
Macca Jr. says, Critical Drinker said he emailed you about Train to Busan. Well, that's not entirely true. He direct messaged me. He said, hey, would you like to come on the stream and talk about Train to Busan? And I said, hell yeah, that sounds awesome. He says, super keen if you guys do a collab, my favorite YouTubers. Yes, I would love to. I think Train to Busan is an excellent example of how Korean cinema is mirroring 80s and 90s American cinema and why it's so damn great to watch right now.
Oh, I've got to discover. I've got to look into that.
Train to Busan's a good
loves me some 80s.
Yeah, Train to Busan, Unstoppable, not the stupid Denzel Washington one, but the Korean one. Man from Nowhere. These are all good.
Can it match the ultimate 80s action movie, which was Roadhouse?
Roadhouse has a lot going.
Literally, I can't remember the number. I want to say it was like 95 punches to the face in that movie.
And Sam Elliott.
And Sam Elliott as the Obi-Wan of bouncers.
The Obi-Wan jabroni.
Patrick Swayze as the bouncer badass who also reads philosophy and does Tai Chi. I mean, it's everything that made the 80s great.
And stares at naked doctors across the lake.
Well, she was quite, quite worth staring at. And the way the citizens, took the law into their own hands and shot that guy and shot the bad guy like 1,000 times.
Yep.
I mean,
Didn't see nothing.
That was so 80s.
It was awesome. It was awesome.
It was the pinnacle of 80s action cinema, in my opinion. And it came like in 89. So, I mean, it was it was sort of at the end of the decade. But yes, it just, now if that movie ever shows up as a watch party option, we really should do that.
I'll look for it.
Yeah.
I always look for the new movies. My dad told me, he lied to me the other day. He didn't try to, but he sends me a message. Big Lebowski just became available on Prime. I was like, no, it did not. Big Lebowski is fantastic. This will be great.
And thought it was on Prime.
I looked.
That's how they show it.
No, it's available with ads through IMDb on Prime, which does not work for watch parties.
That does not qualify for watch parties.
I was like, oh, dang it. Oh, I was so mad.
Curse you. Yeah. Curse you. Yeah, that's another watch partyable movie that, is
Yep.
Shut the
We did Burn After Reading, which is another Coen Brothers movie. Burn After Reading.
That's one I haven't seen.
Oh my God,
I'm sure it's good. Well, they are all good. Is there a bad?
Clooney, Brad Pitt. That's all you need is Clooney and Brad Pitt. The movie's fantastic. It's so funny.
It's called Burn After
Reading.
Burn After Reading. Okay.
It's a spy. It's a Coen Brothers modern, well, semi-modern, late 90s or mid 90s spy thriller.
We'll have to watch it because the girls, I'm sure, are going to come over for Father's Day, and normally I would make them watch Band of Brothers with me. And because they are wonderful daughters, they will take that beating with grace and dignity. But if we watch a Coen Brothers film,
and John Malkovich,
that's a win-win for everyone. Oh, well, John Malkovich, the great John Malkovich. By the way, if you get a chance to watch Space Force with Steve Carell and John Malkovich, I think it's a funny show. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was the
yeah.
Right. I didn't watch that, but I'll keep an eye out.
Malkovich is a peacenik scientist trying to work with Carell, and they have a history and everything, and it's just he's just so deadpan. It's like no, it doesn't work like that at all. Science doesn't.
Did you ever watch Being John Malkovich? It's one of the weirdest movies, but super good.
I did, but I was really drunk and I can't.
No, that's fine. It wouldn't have helped if you were sober.
Yeah, but it didn't seem like the kind of movie that was going to make any more sense if I was sober.
No, it's great. Yeah, they find this little hole in the wall and you enter it and you are John Malkovich for a while. Fucking weird movie. Gerard,
they probably pitched that script to him and he went, okay.
Gerard Garvin says, I only simp for large snodged internet lawyers. Well, that's a good choice. The J.E. Clark says, Gel Blasters, we got him in Australia.
At least he has his standards.
Yeah. Gel Blasters, we got him in Australia because we can't have airsoft. God, your country's a disaster. No wonder it isn't real.
Aussies, how have you allowed this to happen?
You
literally occupy the most badass continent on the planet. Okay. You were the only people who could actually be as scary as the Scots in the British Army. How have you let these pathetic wussies take your country over? For God's sakes, do something about that. Sorry.
No, it's fine. U-Gouge Ricada says, I went to get a sub and I asked for a U-Gouge cut. Needless to say, I didn't get it. So I started to yell and curse and I made that 16-year-old boy cry. Not hard enough. Do you remember the U-Gouge?
I probably, if you remind me, I don't off the top of my head.
When you go to Subway, right? You know how they cut the bread in half now? Do you remember they used to cut the top, like they cut a gouge out of the top?
Oh, yeah.
That was a better sandwich.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't dislike it. I'm not a huge Subway.
When you're stuck and you have to go to a Subway, what do you get?
Well, I get ham and cheese sandwiches typically.
Yeah.
I'm bored.
So the U-Gouge is a better sandwich because it holds the ham, across the whole thing. You get ham all the way through. It's layered in there, and then the cheese goes in, and then your toppings, whatever, if you want any toppings or whatever, it all goes in there. And then as you eat it, everything is contained in the sandwich, and it's all resting through gravity on the bottom, this boat. But now when you go, they cut it in half, and it's
I really wish you wouldn't be making these kind of symbols when you're talking to me.
It's like a taco.
Yeah, please.
And so you have to, you got the cut in this way, and then if you bite into it, the meat comes out the side, Ty.
Okay, listen. You're not seeing yourself on camera.
I'm seeing myself. I see exactly how it looks.
Context.
You need no. We're
okay.
This is worth it, Ty.
Well, if it happens, I did my best.
Worse has happened. Worse has happened.
Like I said, I've never had to settle for Subway.
One day you will.
Inevitably. Apparently, it's part of God's plan for me that all kinds of things are going to happen to me that I'm not going to enjoy.
The meatball sub, exactly. Reddit Silver member says most annoying is the meatball sub. Can you imagine trying to put a meatball sub in 2 halves of bread that are open? It's a disaster.
Oh, that's what they're calling a sandwich. 2 halves of bread open.
Well, no, but you take the sandwich, you cut it in half, and then you put the stuff on one side, and then you try and close it. But if it's a meatball sub, it's
God, no, that's not going to work at all.
No, it's stupid. It's stupid.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Any idea why they changed it?
Yes, Quiznos. Because Quiznos.
Okay, somebody
Quiznos and Toasted.
Chat. I want to let them jump to the front of the line. It's Phoenix Lord Esserman. Ty, do you love 80s action? Is that one you can see yet?
Yeah, it says, Ty, do you love 80s action? 2 questions. Who is the Shogun of Harlem?
Show enough.
And do you got the glow? I've got to know.
Absolutely. Yes.
Because when you got the glow, you got to know.
Because I am the master.
Willie Hutch.
Last Dragon reference.
Willie Hutch sings "You Got the Glow."
Yes, there you go. So you're one with the glow too.
My wife always gets so mad when I'm playing through my music playlist on a long drive, and that song comes on because it's like 7 minutes long.
Oh yeah,
and there's like this.
Just, you got the glow.
There's like an interlude in the middle where it's just like. Is just going for a while, and then it starts back up, and she's like, "Oh my god!" And I'm sitting there like, "When you got that glow, your power shows. When you got that glow."
It's like, it's like it's a small world for adults.
Yeah,
you know the song "It's a Small World" just tortures teenagers.
Oh yeah, it tortures everybody.
But something about teenagers, it's literally fingernails on the chalkboard for them. This has the same effect with K. Okay, well, I thought you were one with the glow.
Oh yeah, I love Last Dragon. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
And talk about the most epic movie not made and tragic was the remake that they had planned with Samuel L. Jackson as Shonuff.
Oh, that's one of the few remakes that you would actually maybe look forward to.
Well, Julius Carey was basically Samuel L. Jackson before Samuel L. Jackson. I mean, did you ever watch did you ever watch The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr.? No. With the great Bruce Campbell?
No, I didn't.
Well, he was Julius Carey was in it as a bounty hunter, Lord Bowler, and he just chewed the scenery the same way he did as now, not as good as Shonuff. I mean, that's the role of a lifetime. Catching bullets with your teeth.
Catches bullets with his teeth.
And he turns and he goes, "N-word, please." it's if you haven't seen The Last Dragon, do yourselves a favor. It's a wonderful movie, and Vanity is in it, and when she was just staggeringly beautiful. I mean, it just across the board a great movie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nova Zero says,
"Sorry, I did not mean to let him jump."
No, it's fine. Nova Zero says, "There's a downside in being the best place in the world. Everybody that wants to invade is very likely to drown getting here or dying from local fauna or eating the flora. The world is not ready for us having guns." You're not ready for having guns. You lost 2 wars to flightless birds. Embarrassing. Be ashamed to be Australian. Oh my God.
Yeah,
You can
no,
get killed by spiders, by like you said, like flora and fauna will kill you all over Australia. But what do they end up losing to? Big flightless birds. They got flanked. Their machine gun emplacements got flanked by birds. Pathetic.
yeah. We're embarrassed for you guys. We love you. We want the best for you. We want you to reemerge as striding monuments to manhood.
We
But
didn't
y'all
lose.
ain't-
It was a draw.
Okay, touche. Well, that makes all the difference in the world, doesn't it?
That was the absolute funniest
Nick,
thing you could have
we
said.
never talked about was this whole Victoria's Secret thing.
Oh God.
Well, first of all,
How
the
did you hear
environment.
about this? Did I didn't tell you about that.
No, I read it. First of all, I just want to talk about the environmental disaster that it's going to be now that teenage boys are not going to steal Victoria's Secret catalogs out of the mail.
Yeah,
and again,
for the chat,
putting people you don't ever want to see in that apparel on the cover of the catalog selling that apparel. It's an interest. I got to admit, it's a very interesting marketing idea.
For the chat who doesn't know, Victoria's Secret are retiring the angels. The Victoria's Secret angels. You know when they go around and they find like a bunch of hot supermodels and then they put them in underwear? It's like the smartest marketing play that's ever been made. They did that. And now instead of that, they're going to hire a group of, quote, diverse women, which is one word, diverse women, including Megan Rapinoe, who is a soccer player who is not pretty.
Are we actually, again, I have my strong reservations about whether or not she's actually a woman, but, whatever.
Well, that's okay because one of the models that they hired is actually the first transgender person to grace the front cover of Sports Illustrated Swimsuits edition. So they will have a not woman. They will also likely have some chonkers in there, I would guess. Some uggos. You're going from making supermodels, like making multi-million-dollar modeling and acting careers out of some of the best-looking women on the planet, and instead you're going to grab random pseudo-celebrities that people don't want to see in underwear, and you're going to put them in underwear instead.
No one, male or female, straight or gay, no one would see these people.
No.
All right. This is not, look,
let's be fair. I don't want me to be hired to model Calvin Klein underwear, right?
Oh, I don't want to say, no, I agree with you on that.
I'm not saying that like that there's some standard that I meet or something. No, like I would leave that to the David Beckhams or whatever, the people who are much more in shape. That's the point of modeling. It is all about being ridiculously good looking.
The word itself implies what it is.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. I don't for a moment actually have any idea why women buy lingerie. I mean, it's just not something I've ever. I certainly think that given its purpose, that men have some input on that, and I see nothing wrong with that. So, I'm sorry, selling a product that grosses men out to women. I don't know that is apparel designed for intimacy between men and women. I have my reservations. That's going to be a very effective strategy.
Yeah.
What I suspect is they're going to do that for a while. Sales are going to crater.
I hope so.
And they're going to basically bring the angels back, but it'll be said some different way, and they'll pay lip service to the uggos, but no one wants to see these women that way. Oh God, troll with a purpose. I demand that Lori Lightfoot appear in Victoria's Secret. You know what? She's not materially worse.
What you have to do to do that is you have to suspend via wires a pair of women's underwear or like a bra and panties, and then you just say Beetlejuice, 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 and she pops into them. That's how that works.
Nice. Nice.
No.
Yeah, I don't. It's fascinating to see all of these companies just commit economic suicide. I mean, of course, the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue has been a disappointment since the 1990s, actually.
The last one I remember being great was the one with Rebecca Romaine Stamos on the cover.
Well, it's pretty hard to screw that up.
It's see, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like Victoria's Secret hiring Adriana Lima. Well, you can't really mess this up. She's not going to look bad in anything that you put on her. Like that's just...
The only thing that I actually that how can you screw it up? There's one example of, but you found a way. In the 80s, how do you screw up a movie where Sean Connery plays King Arthur? How is it actually possible to make a bad movie with that setup? Well, you let Richard Gere play Lancelot.
Yeah. Yep.
And so we should never be quite.
Look.
Look at Warlock 000's post right the last one he's made there.
Skeezers, chonkers, uggos, bush pigs, land whales, hippopotamic, land masses, trolls, hags, super anti-models.
You're going to get us in a lot of trolls stream. You need to stop that. You need to have some mercy on
what
your
you're
hosts.
saying with Sean Connery is, the more people you hand the knife to, the greater the odds they're going to stab themselves in the face with it. And that's the beauty of capitalism is someone's going to.
Oh, yeah. Well, and by the way, the Babylon Bee was the one that broke the story of teenage boys no longer wanting to steal Victoria's Secret catalogs.
This is how you found out about the story. Okay.
I just stumbled across the story. For some reason, when it said Victoria's Secret, I read it just by, a curious coincidence.
I saw the headline. It popped into my Google News feed. It was like Victoria's Secret retires angels. And I went, oh, God, no. Now, to be fair, they did hire one of the announced people so far is actually, I believe, pretty attractive. And that's it's one of the Jonas brothers' wife. And she's,
She won't last long.
Probably not, actually.
Because they've put people that hate beautiful women in charge.
Right.
I mean, is there any other rational inference to make from that? And so she's not going to last 10 minutes because she doesn't have to.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. She's married to a Jonas. She doesn't need the money. She's whatever. Tom Bombathrill says, Happy Father's Day, Nick and Ty. Celebrating my first one myself. Also, bread is poison and no one should eat it. Well, happy birthday to you, happy Father's Day to you, but I love bread. Really do.
Yeah. Bread is the food of the gods.
Tom Bombathrill says, brings an entirely new meaning to Victoria's Secret. That would be the...
Yeah, I'm okay with Victoria keeping that secret.
Yeah, especially when Victoria's name was actually Victor. Andrew
Victoria.
Andrew Wilhelm.
I see what you did.
Andrew Wilhelm says, Durka Durka. Durka Durka. Durka La. Muhammad Jihad. Durka Durka. Sherpa La. 10 Cars Tavern says, Ty will reserve your spot for next year's whiskey tasting.
Okay. I'm there.
Tinker's Tavern. He's not the guy from
what's the name?
Tinker's Tavern. Tinker's Tavern.
Yeah, that's my friend. That's my friend Eric Tinker.
Oh, it's 10. It's Ten. So I was reading it as 10.
Oh
cars.
yeah. No, it's
Tinker's Tavern. Oh,
hey Eric, how the hell are you, my friend? Yeah, he's anybody that's interested in role playing and stuff, I would strongly urge that you check him out. He's funny as all get out, and he's a gamer. Anyway, we got along famously. So I put it in the stream, but it's Tinker's Tavern.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Tinker's Tavern. Bring me for the whiskey. We'll make it happen.
He'd be an interesting guest for you to have, by the way. If he, something. I mean, just between us.
Talk just between us and all the people watching.
Yeah, us and it's just me and you and the rest of the English-speaking world are in on this.
Bad Vibe says Victoria doesn't have many secrets left, but some things should be kept secret.
Yeah.
Mario
couldn't agree more.
Mario Carter 13 says, "Hey Vic, remember when you flicked Monica's bean? Don't you stop it. Stop it." Blaine 20 says, "Did you get honey?" And then B. What do you mean did I get honey? I don't know what you mean.
Barbecue. Barbecue?
He just says, "Did you get honey?" I don't know.
I don't
Uncivil
know.
Law says, "Ty, what is your favorite Legal Eagle video and why is it all of them?"
I don't watch. I think I've watched one of his videos and he struck me as something of a douchebag. So
You're an excellent judge of character. Not
I just thought, way too precious.
Oh yeah.
Way too precious.
Far too precious.
And I have of all the limitless reserves of tolerance and patience I have none for precious men over the age of, well, any age actually.
Yeah. Blaine 20, you sent some honey. I have to check. I haven't been to my PO box in a couple days, so
suddenly it all makes sense.
I gotta check, man. I'll give it a look. Not So Handsome Jack says, Nick's David Carradine before he offed himself. So you were stroking yourself and choking yourself. Poor voice of words, Nick. Yeah, I know.
I did tell you when my daughter's introduced her to Kung Fu. I saw Brianna over there on her phone and she was Googling David Carradine. I'm going, honey, don't. She's
don't
like,
do it.
Oh my God. I said, I tried to tell you.
Look, you have these kids and you can only shelter them for so long.
Oh yeah, I got another gaming buddy in the stream that I want to shill for as well. The Dungeon Delver, Bill Sylvie. He's a friend of mine. He's a gamer. I was on his stream earlier today.
Oh, there you go.
He's more, yeah. So a lot of these gamer streams don't have a lot of traffic because I don't know about the gaming. I don't know why the gaming hobby doesn't seem to be quite as well organized, but these guys are really funny and they stream a lot, and couldn't recommend them more.
Yeah,
they're not as good as our boy Nick here. Excuse me. Sorry.
Wow.
Wow.
No, interestingly to me,
the vengeance. I never said the revenge was going to come in one stroke.
No, I would expect multiple strokes. Always. That's what you pay for. But
of course, the stream is filling out the whole David Carradine. It's giving the whole story scope.
Here's the thing that I run into is, like, I actually watch a lot of role-playing content off of when I watch stuff, because I don't watch, people are like, oh, you don't know about this or this. It's like, I don't watch content in the realm that I talk about, generally speaking.
It's the same reason I don't watch lawyer TV shows.
Yeah.
I don't. No interest whatsoever.
I'm going to give my take on these subjects, and I don't really, use other people's, unless I'm responding to something specific or I want to see what someone else said so I don't copy them, stuff like that. I might, but generally speaking, I don't. But most of what I watch is Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition stuff, because it's
you might want to catch the tail end of mine and Sylvie's stream where we've discussed certain aspects of your D&D 5th experience.
D&D 5th is not a great system, but I will say it is a great system for live stream style content, because it's really simple, and it's very much a pick up and play sort of game that a lot of people.
You're going to have to play old school D&D with me. You really are.
I like 2nd edition. Yeah, that's what I really enjoy.
You need it's. Bill and I were actually talking about this on the stream today. The old school style of play is quite simply more fun than the current stuff. I mean, obviously that's somewhat subjective, but the thing is, it is a different style of play. And I really think that if you played it, you'll go, like virtually everybody that we've exposed to it, you'll go, damn, that was fun.
Right.
So the thing about D&D 5th is I've got all the D&D 5th books. I even had a custom printed version of their free rules. They had a very nice basic set of rules, 200 pages. I think they still have it up on their website. I actually had that hardbound. There is a great role-playing game buried in there. Okay. Unfortunately, they actually started out being responsive to the old school role playing stuff, right? They're going, wow, you know, some of the stuff is really good, and they did that, and then they weighed it down with, I'm sorry, shit that doesn't matter, and I understand it's stuff you like. That's just, but I promise you, it really.
No, here's the difference.
You know,
I would prefer to play, if I'm going to sit down and play a good game of anything, I would actually prefer the older system. Like I said, if I'm going to play D&D, like seriously, I would love to play second edition. But for
second edition is basically first edition with it well organized.
Right.
Now you start adding all the completely unplay tested crap they started pouring into the system later.
Well,
on.
that gets well. Then they realize we have to make a new edition to keep selling new products because we're out of ideas for this one. But
yeah,
no,
the last long D&D campaign I ran was second edition, so it's.
But
in fact, there's a retro clone, by the way. Sorry, I know I'm interrupting. I apologize.
You are. It's okay.
Punchy. There's a retro clone you can get that is basically second edition D&D. If you're interested, I'll send you a link to it. It's on Lulu, and it's not expensive, but it's the whole, you know.
But when you want to, okay, so here's the analogy. You can make a very entertaining TV show of a guy picking up a book and reading it. But generally speaking, you're not going to do a TV show of a guy picking up a book and reading it. You're going to do a TV show that summarizes the story and cuts out some stuff, and you try to make it entertaining as a TV show. And if you want to stream, this is why things like Critical Role and stuff are so popular, because right now I think D&D 5th edition was designed in sort of the idea of new media. We know that they worked with the guys who did Baldur's Gate 3 to create D&D 5th edition rules to translate specifically to video games.
Well, give me some examples of the rules that cater to that, because I don't see anything in AD&D that's, I mean, I don't see it, because I think you can do the very same things in the old school stuff too. I don't.
But they haven't managed to.
No, but that's not because the games are inferior. It's because
not
old
that they're
schools are relatively
not that
small.
They're inferior. They're just, I think they're more complex is the thing.
They're not. That's the no. I'm telling you, AD&D is. I can roll a character up in AD&D in 5 minutes, 10 minutes if I take my time. It can take hours to create a D&D 5th edition character.
Well, how are you taking hours to create a 5th edition character?
I've observed it. I've seen people playing it. My own daughters have been in campaigns where that was their experience.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's not a look.
And to be fair, I hate Critical Role too. I'm not saying Critical Role is good.
It's not.
I'm just saying it's popular.
We did it right back in my day. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that it isn't necessary, and I can prove it to you if I can ever get a chance to run a game.
I'm not saying it's necessary. I'm not. No, that's
all that crap is not only necessary, but at the end of the day, it is nowhere near as fun as. Once you see the light, I promise you're going to go, huh? You know what the real problem.
You're talking a different language than me right now, and that's why we're talking past each other.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you, but I'm saying when we were talking about channel exposure is what I'm talking about. 5th edition. Fifth edition stuff is what you end up seeing, and that's what people end up watching primarily.
Absolutely.
And so
I get you. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Yeah. So when I'm consuming D&D content, like the realm I'm dealing in is 5th edition stuff. I don't watch people play the games, generally speaking, but I watch like build guides and stuff like that. It's very soothing and relaxing to me to do that. So that's
I'm sorry. I missed you clean.
But what?
There's no question.
What YouTube feeds right now is 5th edition because it's the current one and all of that stuff. But I actually prefer older systems. The one thing I really like from 5th edition, though, I like 5th edition warlocks in D&D. I think that is just a really, really well done class, and I don't like them as much in 3rd edition. I just don't like the way.
Edition are there, and I'm not arguing. I'm curious. What What about them makes them a really well designed class?
I just like the way that they progress their skills and spells and their powers and the different sort of the different which you call it. Well, you have the different packs that you take, and then the different the different deities or whatever that you pledge to. I can't remember what they're, but basically the different subclasses. I like them in 5th edition. They could probably be ported into 3rd or whatever too. But.
Yeah, I think Ryan blew thunder here. Crap up. I think he hit it right on the head. It's was it crunch versus narrative is the debate. That's fair enough. Yeah. What I'm saying is that yes, obviously D&D 5th is the game that everybody's playing. The number of D&D 5th players is greatly in excess of the number of old school OSR players. But what I'm saying is that old school rules properly run are better, more enjoyable. I mean, for the majority of people that I've certainly ever played with. But here's the problem with it. Bill and I were talking about this today, is that the universal reaction he and I both have seen when we've let the youth play our games is they come out of it going, holy crap, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But they don't know how to do it themselves, and they don't have the confidence to do it themselves. And I said, that's what we've got to make them understand is anybody can do it if they'll just, there are certain things, certain principles and all that kind of thing. But, it's a very clean system in the sense that there's not a lot of fiddly crap. And if there is, we simply don't use it. But no, D&D, in fact, I was actually, again, just wool gathering more than anything else. I was going through, I read the open gaming license, and Bill and I talked about it, and I reassured him it wasn't a terrible plot, although his theory wasn't completely off base either. Anyway, but I went to the 5th edition SR system resource document, and got to kind of pawning through it. I'm going, buried in here is a very nice old school Renaissance game. Someone really ought to just strip out all the bullshit, and you'd have because I think they actually did try to implement a lot of the old school stuff, because D&D 4th was an absolute fiasco.
A little bit of a disaster.
In the role-playing space, it is the new Coke or the Edsel, in my opinion.
I think it's one of the shortest runs that they've done of a system too.
Well, it's just the alpha predator. It's the alpha predator of marketing fiascos. Because we're going to turn a tabletop role-playing game into a bad video game sort of thing. When Paizo is literally repackaging the stuff you gave away for free and outselling you, that is a disaster. So I think to Wizards of the Coast credit, they did a good job with D&D 5th. I just think that AD&D properly run is better than D&D 5th properly run.
Yeah, and I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you on that every time.
The challenge for old school people is we need to tell the youth how to DM in the old school style, because it's a better way. And by the way, we didn't learn how to DM because we were infinitely superior. Okay, we learned it by watching the relatively small number of really good DMs. I had the fortune of the first 2 D&D games I ever played were with 2 of the very best DMs I ever knew. So it's kind of hard for me not to be a good DM, because I was like, wow. So yeah, it's Ty, I can't get my group to play 3.5. What have they done to you to make you want them to do that to them? Sorry.
I would, if I had time, I would play 3.5. But if I were going to stream,
I wouldn't. I mean, I did, and I won't.
If I were going to stream, I would probably want to do 5th edition to get people in. Now, if I were going to stream, maybe not, but if I were going to,
you wanted to get an audience.
If you're a random person who's like, I want to stream some role playing, I mean, 5th edition is where people are watching right now. And
I've got that on. I've got that on what I consider absolute authority. I talked to a very good YouTuber who has a great channel, and he said, and he's got a very nice audience. It's not as big as yours or anything like that, and he said, if I wanted to just build an audience, I'd talk about D&D 5th, but I'm just not really very interested in that.
Right.
I mean, so what you're saying is absolutely corroborated by him, but it's just the thing is look, buried inside every role playing game is a decent game in the hands of a good game master. I mean, hell, my friend Dave ran, rest his soul, ran Chivalry and Sorcery First Edition, and if you want to see something that's horrifying, imagine a book that is literally in 5-point typewriter. Well, what happened was very simple. They typed up like a 500-page manuscript. These lunatics, and I know one of them, and he's departed this earth, and I suppose you shouldn't speak ill of the devil, but he was a prick. Anyway, he and his buddy typed up this obsessive compulsive, just insane detailed quasi D&D clone in like 1978 or whatever. And they trot off to Gen Con and they find Gary Gygax and they explain to Gary why D&D is completely wrong on every point. But they're here to let him have, publish their game. Well, I know you're shocked by this, but Gary wasn't really very moved by that appeal. He just said,
shocked.
Just probably said something like, "Get the hell away from me, you lunatics." Anyway,
probably just sprayed him with, mouthwash.
Macer. Yeah. Well, they were very fanatical medieval folks, right?
Yeah.
And anyway, so they run into the guy that owns Fantasy Games Unlimited, and he says, I'd be interested in publishing that game because Fantasy Games Unlimited published a ton of games, all completely incompatible with each other, multiple games on the same subject. I mean, there were 2 different Japan fantasy role-playing games. Anyway, so they said, well, here it is. Here's our 600 pages. Well, back in those days before desktop publishing, to get something typeset was a significant expense. You could spend,
right.
You could spend $50, $100 a page even. Well, if you got it and have that kind of money, so he says, well, first of all, I can't produce a 600-page book. Nobody will buy that. It'll be too expensive. But what we could do is we can take these typewritten pages, you know where this is heading, and we'll reduce them down to half size, and we'll put 4, and the manual paste up in those days, and we'll paste them up 4 to a page and shoot them with a camera. And so you start out with, say 10-point Courier in today's numbers, and you wind up with 5-point Courier.
Yeah, what a mess.
So, it was hard to read when I was 15 years old. I've pulled out my original book a few times, and I went, oh God, there's no way. I obtained a scan of it, and because on the iPad you can zoom it up. But it is an insanely baroque and complex game. Yet my friend, who was an outstanding DM and who really did like medieval stuff, he could run it, and it was fun.
Mm-hmm.
But and that's the thing, right? We shouldn't be worrying about rules systems, because the single most important thing, and I'm talking 5 or 10 times more important than anything else in the enjoyment level of a game, is the quality of the dungeon master.
Oh yeah, I agree. For me, the rule systems matter far less, and this is something that can be homebrewed into any system, but I just like some of the class stuff that they do and the ideas that they've come up with. for some of the stuff. And in various editions, I like those different things. Like I like the idea of the
We
pale.
will not discuss the heresy of the tieflings and the dragonborn and all that.
No.
All that stuff.
But I mean, like the Pale Master in 3rd edition or 3rd and a half edition was a cool prestige class for wizards that was like, or whoever, any arcane caster that was like half a little bit of undead warrior mixed in with a little bit of necromancer. It was this nice, very cool thematic prestige class. And then, I like that from 3rd and a half edition. For warlocks, I really like the, various warlock subclasses. Like Hexblade's a little bit weird. It's super powerful, but I actually don't like it very much thematically. But like the Fiend and the Fey Hexblade pledges, I think those are really interesting and neat things. And the undead pledge, stuff like that. So I like to grab those. That's what I like about different systems more than I care about the underlying rule set, because I think what you're saying is right. Like the DM itself supersedes the rule set. And so if you don't have something that you want in a particular game and you have a good DM and you work with them on it, you can homebrew in whatever you kind of need.
Yeah. 2 comments. Awig, I don't care if tieflings were in 2nd edition. I don't recall them being in it because they are a heresy and an abomination. And it's just that simple. So Bill and I were talking about long ago, like I was in high school and college, right? A new player comes in and says, I want to run a samurai. And I want to use this overpowered, ridiculous character class of the dragon. I said, nope, not a chance. But I'll let you be a samurai. Okay. He said, okay. I said, you're a fighter. That's what samurais are. They're fighters. Well, but samurais have excellent swordsmanship skill. I said, oh, okay. How about this? You get a +1 to hit and a +1 damage. Instead of a broadsword, you use a katana or whatever. The weaponry is analogized to the equivalent. And here is the trade-off. Samurai armor is not equivalent to plate armor. Okay, so you're limited effectively to the equivalent of chainmail armor. Can't get quite as much armor, but you do a little more damage. I think those 2 things balance out quite neatly.
You didn't make him play scale mail armor at least, or banded?
It was probably scale. No, because the important thing was, if he wanted an advantage, I was willing to give it to him. But there needed to be an offsetting disadvantage, right? There's otherwise.
No self-respecting samurais running around in chainmail. He'd be wearing banded.
I said no, the equivalent.
Oh, okay.
I just postulated that samurai armor was the equivalent of chainmail. But once he said, okay. What I figured out was, and you're actually proving this point, I think, is that what the players want is they want the mental image of their character to be a certain thing. And the mechanics don't actually have to really tightly match up to that, right? As long as they feel like they're playing a samurai, they're satisfied. And, yes, he really wanted the overpowered, ridiculous samurai class out of the Dragon magazine, right? Well, no, you're not going to do that, because that's going to, that character class is too powerful. And it would be, So anyway, so over the years, I made any number of accommodations for players whenever they wanted to run special type things. And I didn't need a book of rules that thick. I didn't need all that prestige class bullshit. I just said, what do you want to do? And we did it.
I think you're failing to understand that I want to run a gargantuan wizard with +2 intelligence, +1 con.
And we all do. That was something.
You can now. You can now under the new rules for 5th edition.
Yes, but you see, I know what's good for you. Okay, I know what's good for you. You think you want that.
Oh, you know what's weird about that specifically? So the purpose of playing a gargantuan, or part of it, is that you're huge. You're huge size class, right? And so or giant, or whichever one is above large, you're the next step up for gargantuan. The interesting thing, though, is if you take the alternate lineage rules from the new book, it actually only allows you to pick like medium or small. So you'd be like a medium or small gargantuan. It's the way they wrote it. It's
Yeah.
it's all screwed up. It's great.
Well, my theory on role playing games with classes is this: no class should be overpowering compared to the other. In a perfect world, each class should do something that's very important, if not critical, to most adventures that the other classes simply can't do anywhere near as well. Right? So there are, you need a guy to fight, you need a guy to heal, you need a guy to pick locks, and you need a guy to cast spells if you absolutely insist.
I'm gonna buy you Solasta and send it to you and make you play it.
Yeah, well, oh, believe me, I have my share of those. But my point is these games, this can be every bit as rich net as all of that stuff, and you don't have to mess with all that crap. But I understand you think you want to mess with it. You don't. I know what's best for you. Trust me. But what I said to Bill is, I said, we in the old school revival, I think, are making the classic mistake of implying, if not outright saying, our way is better. In the old days, we did it right. No, we didn't. Somebody in his stream said, somebody sent a super chat in that said, well, today's players won't tolerate that because they all want super overpowered characters. I said, we're the generation that invented the term Monty Hall Dungeon. I played in a campaign where a character had a golf bag full of magic wands. I mean, that's not unique to any generation or anything like that. Everybody thinks they want that.
It gets real boring real fast when you're overpowered.
It gets real boring real fast. And that's the whole thing. So I think, but the old school guys, what we need to do is we need to show them the way and intone, this is the way, and I have spoken. But then we need to say, and by the way, here's how you can do this, because you can do this. It's not,
All right, let me get through. We got a bunch of super chats to get through here.
Oh crap! Yeah, I got to be somewhere tomorrow morning. Well, this morning.
Let me burn through them.
Tomorrow morning. So, okay,
John Doe says, just got back from volunteering at a summer camp and now I get to relax with some beard and rackets. Thanks for the show. Blaine 20 says, as armed security in Florida, I'm explicitly allowed to fire a warning shot, but civilly liable for wherever the bullet travels. This is a recent change from a few years ago from being forbidden. I still wouldn't.
I think I just have to shoot him.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Matthew Harder says, Nick and Ty, did you see Putin ask about Ashley Babbitt? I heard about it. I didn't see it.
Good shot. Good shot, Vladimir.
Mario Carter 13 says, Texas stole the land. Mexican army says, am I a joke to you? Bad Vibes says, Ty, do you believe the theory that Morgan swapped names, that the Olympics sank, not the Titanic?
No, that theory is ridiculous.
Architect of Fate says, Nick, will you be doing a Vic voice for Super Chats when Vic is on stream? I have done...
you might want to play that one by ear.
I have done Vic voices to Vic while sitting at dinner with Vic, so...
I'm sorry, somebody in the chat, they're going on about the old school stuff because Ty etches his character sheets in stone.
Yes.
Damn straight.
Crap, I mishit. Give me a new stone.
I need another chisel.
Mr. Beard.
My chisel and my mallet are broken.
Mr. Beard, are you doing a panel during Matsuri? I would like to see the cane.
If I come, I will bring the cane because I am insanely proud of the cane. I don't know that I'm going to be able to make Matsuri. I've got a couple of large business deals that are threatening to roll in, and if they do, free time will be something that happens to other people for a while. I'll be having the time of my life. Don't get me wrong, but yeah.
Adam Wofford says it would have taken the Mexican army at least a week or a little more to get reorganized and start marching. Whoever wrote this should find another job. Architect of Fate.
At least a week.
Whoever wrote it, they wrote it based on the review of the book Forget the Alamo. That's a new book that's out right now. So just that's all you need to know about these people. Brian Burrow and Jason Stanford are, with Chris Tomlinson, the authors of Forget the Alamo, The Rise and Fall of an American Myth, available now from Penguin Press.
It never fell.
Yeah.
Because, again, they're demolishing straw men that, guess what, we all knew. It always annoys me when people say, well, actually, the Russians were the major contributor to the defeat of Nazi Germany. If you just knew, it's like, yeah, we know that. And we've known that since I was 11 years old. So go pat yourself on the back for something else. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine. Architect of Fate says, Ty, Nick is a humble traveler under the Articles of Confederation. He has done and will do nothing with regards to balls or no balls. Victor Phantasm says, hey, Ty, God sadly made me a fur fac, and I want to make a politically incorrect furry convention in Texas. Who should I talk to? And he says, who should I talk to that is the best at legal documents? So he wants to form an entity to create a politically incorrect furry convention in Texas. Any recommendations?
No.
You don't want to do that?
No, I don't, because and it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal, but I have a client base that simply would not understand, and I do have a business to run. Good luck to you. Actually, almost any attorney, seriously, any attorney, you can break out the phone book. Any lawyer can probably handle that. Although
J. Sean Lemoyne is your guy.
Explaining what furries are to someone who's not, hopefully you're experienced at that. But
call up Wick Phillips and ask for J. Sean Lemoyne, and he'll be like, yeah, tell me about being a furry. I would love to know more. Where can I click for an information? Mario
beautiful.
Mario Kart.
It's so beautiful. I almost have cry tears of joy.
Mario Kart 13 says, you break it, you buy it. Democrats on slavery. I Hate Yankee says, Nick, are you the cuck or is Drexel the buck? Thanks for doing a stream dunking on this article. Bad history to push an agenda infuriates me. Clearly Drexel's the buck, because I would never
really
be about
does
him.
Infuriate me too. It just pisses me off.
Matthew Harder says, Nick, as a Texan, I've stopped pleasuring myself to porn, and now I just watch DeSantis, Abbott, and Ty rants. I'm a little sensitive now. We didn't even get around to talking about Abbott.
I vaguely feel flattered, but at the same time, I feel like I need to take a shower.
We didn't even get around to what Abbott's been doing lately. But
yeah. You know, I posted on Facebook a link to Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons. I'm working my way back to you, babe. And I said, this is Abbott to me. He's like you said on your stream last night. Look, I thought the guy was going to be president one of these days. And I'm not saying he won't be, but he threw the ball over the fence badly. But I think he knows it, and to his credit, he does seem to be trying to repair the damage instead of doubling down like so many morons do in the Republican Party.
Yep. He seems to be trying to make it up.
By the way, a special "you idiot" award has to go out to the aptly named Brad Raffensperger in Georgia. What an absolute embarrassment of a buffoon.
Oh, he's terrible.
He did everything in his power to flip the states to the Democrats, and now he is shocked to find that there are irregularities in Fulton County. Not irregularities, far more than the voting.
Okay, we have to go ahead and put out a disclaimer here that there are allegations.
Not saying the election wasn't.
There are allegations of these things, but we are not claiming that the election would be reversed in any way.
The election is over. It's done. It's not. I mean, no one is going to roll back the election.
Nope.
Nor should they. I mean, at some point, we've just got to say, okay, we take our lumps and we move on and win the next fight. But Raffensperger is an absolute
cuck.
Yeah, definitely. He is a cuck-servative of the highest order, and he is a walking poster boy, technically, of the GOP establishment douchebag. That guy in particular. Abbott made a mistake. Raffensperger and people like him absolutely intended to do what they did, and they sold us out.
Yeah, and that's what we're commenting on again, and that's the important thing to remember here is we're commenting on.
I'm not arguing for overturning the election because I don't think enough data can at this point actually be produced to prove it one way or the other.
Well, and you would basically need a constitutional amendment to create a mechanism to do so.
Right. Yeah. There's no mechanism to do it anyway. Yeah, that's absolutely right. But I do think there are plenty of lessons to be learned, and surely nobody would be in favor of election fraud.
No. And just to be clear, Brad Raffensperger is a giant pile of garbage. So just that's what we got.
Yes.
Vagabond Ninja says, seriously, I love these discussions with Beard and Ricada, entertaining and enlightening. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Matthew Harder says, Nick and Ty, how should a father love his sons versus his daughters? I love how Kratos treats Boy from God of War 4. Is Kratos the ideal father?
I don't know the reference, but the way you're snickering, I'll leave that one. I'll let you answer that one.
I don't know enough about Kratos. I know who Kratos is. That's about it.
Make no mistake, boys and girls are very different.
Very different.
And you deal with them differently.
Here's how you do. Here's the difference. You teach your boys to be men, and you teach your daughters the men they should find.
Yeah. No. Well said. Well said.
That's the difference.
That's it right there. And with boys, you have to be tougher on them to make them into men.
Yeah.
You can't be tough on your daughters in the same way because they're not going to receive that training. The analogy I would use is this: not a single quality person who served in the military actually whines about boot camp. Most of the time, they laugh about it. They brag about it. They talk about the dumb things they did and what the drill instructors did to them. That is a quintessentially male trait, right? Women don't process that way. You say things to a woman the way that you can get. You treat a woman the way you treat a good buddy of yours, and tease them, and it'll be a completely different reaction to one that's not very good. With daughters, I think one of the most important things fathers can do, for both your kids, types of kids, obviously, but you got to love them, and loving them means you occasionally have to do what you don't want to do because it's in their best interest, and that is the hard part of being a good parent.
Oh, one thing
the easiest part in the world is loving them. At least for me, it was. But boy, the first time I had to discipline Brianna when she was a little, I mean, hell, they almost had to put me in therapy. It was tough. I didn't want to do it. And if I had put my own selfish interests ahead of hers, I wouldn't have done it. And boy, it sure was tempting.
And men, tell your sons, stop crying.
Yeah.
You are doing them a favor. Tell them to stop.
Well, here's the thing. We've got enough women in the world now. And, women don't respect you when you cry.
Correct.
I don't give a shit what they say. They just don't. And women worth having don't anyway. They at an abstract level, they say, well, you should feel free to cry anytime you want. But you try that out a few times and see how the respect declines. In fact, did you ever see the remake of Bedazzled with Elizabeth Hurley and Brendan Fraser?
No, I never watched all of it.
Okay. Did you get to the part where, he keeps wanting to be turned into the perfect man for this woman? Of course, she's changing what she wants every time. And did you see the segment where he was going to be the sensitive man?
No. Oh God.
Oh my God. It's hilarious. And it goes right to that point. She makes him into a jock, and that doesn't work for one reason. All these various personas, and he's not getting the woman he loves, and he decides, well, she wants someone sensitive. And so he's sensitive, and he cries at sunsets, and he does this, and she's like, yeah, okay, yeah, finally. And finally she's like, I'll see you later. And she walks away with two of the guys on the beach.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, look, this is politically incorrect as hell, what Nick said, but it's absolutely true. And
yep.
I'm sorry. Does that mean you need to be an emotionally crippled narcissist? No.
Yes. I'm kidding, of course. Okay, Tom Bombadil says, I plan to treat my son like Hades treats Zagreus. Also, Nick, I know you like Risk of Rain. You should try Hades. I did on stream. Also, oh yeah, I did Hades on stream. It's okay.
For sons,
Oh yes,
for God's sakes, tell them you're proud of them.
yeah, absolutely.
That is the number one, because I work for families at the end of the day, really, business owning families. And most of the time there are children in the business. That is far and away the number one source of disharmony between fathers and sons. The sons do not feel like their father appreciates them. And the crazy thing is, the father will tell everybody else on the planet how proud he is of them, but he won't tell them.
It's like that great line from Hank Hill on King of the Hill. Bobby, if you weren't my son, I'd hug you.
No, there is an agonizing element of truth to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, as someone who has actually had to break up fistfights between fathers and sons in a board meeting, I think personally that's one of the things. And make it genuine. Your kids know when you're lying. So make it genuine. Sorry.
Okay, finally, it says, yeah, I played Hades on stream. It's okay. I'm not the biggest fan. It's not bad. It's just not really my thing. Also, Ty is slowly embracing internet culture, and it's marvelous.
Very slowly.
Matthew Harder also asked, Nick, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is free on YouTube. Movie on Twitch when? You can't play that on Twitch, even though it's free on YouTube. Also, when is Buckbreaking review? Buckbreaking is only available on DVD, so I don't know where to watch it, but we'll see. Eldon Bainling with a bunch of weird Indian money says, Nick, sing this in Trump voice. Du hast Meish. I'm not gonna sing the rest of that. No, thank you.
You do a great Trump.
Theophrastus 3.0. Beard. We need a
Not
lesson.
as good as Lemoyne, but you do a great Trump.
Says, we need a lesson in the currency of Argentina, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, and post-World War I Germany. We're headed there
like
ourselves.
I said, there's got to be 20s or even 30s of people that want to hear that. That want to hear that extended talk.
Let's tell you now about hyperinflation and the fall of
hyperinflation. And
Defiant Lemming says, Lamageddon on Prime. You've got to. It's actually on my list. Last Rights Zero says, sorry, Nick, but I need you to cut a mini promo in Kermit voice. Duck Flag Gang Gang. I need intelligence data. Also, History Time with Ty is top best racket waifu episodes.
cane shaking history. I'm really liking that.
Phil Abudi says, can't scumbag be charged with theft, fraud, and with banks being federal? Couldn't this become a Treasury Department thing? You could try.
Yeah, sure. But the problem, of course, is judgments aren't money.
Yeah, and also trying to get a prosecutor to take action on
that's the other problem.
One
too,
check is tough.
Yeah, they're not going to see that as the priority that you do.
Wendell 2020 says, hello, Nick. Good evening to you. I'm so excited to see Vic on the live stream. About effing time. Also, can't wait to see the Twitter mob have an aneurysm meltdown. It's already begun.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
The aftermath will be very entertaining. Yeah, I think it's going to be a good show. I hope people show up. I've always
said, as you know, Nick, that Vic is the best advocate for Vic.
Yeah.
And while there were reasons that I didn't, involve him in the hearings, in hindsight, with what I know now, that's one decision I would do differently, because he is a powerful advocate for himself. Those people that hate him are not going to have a good week, and they're not going to have a good week afterwards either, because it's going to be devastating. I'm confident of that.
Nova Zero says, what about this? Texas was invaded by Americans, and the Americans just won't leave Texas be. No need for the racial stuff. Just let Texans leave. I don't know that Texas leaving the Union is all around a good idea.
I don't. It really wasn't the best experiment when we did it once before.
It's also not that the whole Treaty of Guadalupe thing and Texas being able to secede is not actually a thing.
No. Well, that issue was resolved in 1865.
Right.
we can debate the fine legal points until the cows come home, but in the real world, it got resolved.
Yeah, it's resolved in a Supreme Court case called Texas v. White, where they specifically said, no, Texas cannot leave the union.
Well, and it was also resolved at a place called Appomattox Courthouse.
Yeah.
It's over. Now I'm not saying, look, I mean, this is a consensual democracy.
Right.
To an extent. I mean, the whole, republic, okay, yes, I know. But consensual governance is what we have, whether, that's Republican or republic or democracy. And consensual governance does, in fact, imply that consent at some level is required. Now, I don't think it's going to get that far. I hope it doesn't. Desperately hope it doesn't, because as a war buff and a history buff, I think I have a fairly clear perspective on just how vile and bad civil wars are. They're uniquely horrific. I don't know why, but you don't want to fight a civil war if you don't have to.
Nope.
Now, am I going to stand by and let them turn this place into a Marxist dictatorship? Pretty sure the answer to that is no. I don't, but we're not likely to be faced with that stark of a choice. It's going to be great.
Fo Chung Esquire says, all hail Maud Dib. Matthew Harder says, so wait, Ty, you're telling me that heavy metal magazines were from Dune? Imagine being a 90s child and having to still steal it by stolen porn magazines.
Heavy metal magazine, softcore porn, and insanely weird science fiction, all in one glorious package. You think it was good in the 90s? You should have seen it in the 70s.
Blaine 20 says, nothing can be more boring than listening to Zelazny drone on reading Amber. Okay.
I keep trying to read the Chronicles of Amber. I have been assured by top men.
I don't even know what those are.
It's one of those books that inspired D&D. It was a fantasy icon. I just can't quite get my mind into it. Maybe it's a lot like you with Dune. I don't know, but anyway.
Probably. Eldon Bainling says, Ty, what is your opinion on the communist matriarchy known as the Bene Gesserit and their opposition to breed/birth a female only Quasitz Haderach?
Well,
Puissance.
At the end of the day, they still needed a male, didn't they?
Too much. The John Beck says, has Ty read Shattered Sword, The Battle of Midway?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I reread it a couple weeks ago.
There you go. Amateur Ant says, RoboCop warned us of what happens when the corporations and government start working together against its citizens. War. Yep.
Well, there's no doubt in my mind that our elected leaders are losing patience with us.
Oh, yeah. Joshua Sanabria says, this man stacks his books like someone who actually reads books, Nick. I'm under no illusion that over half these books have not even been opened.
No, that's a functional bookcase.
Yeah.
It's not there for show because it's really not all that impressive.
If I wasn't spending so much time with you degenerates, I would have time to read that.
Yeah. Look at what I'm giving up.
Architect of Fate says, if you had to attribute the character to a modern day figure, who is John Galt? Rand Paul is not an acceptable answer. No, Rand Paul would be a terrible answer for who is John Galt.
We don't have any John Galts right now.
Yeah, there is no. The thing about John Galt is you would never know who he is.
That's true too. Actually,
he was just John Galt was not the Titan of industry, right? Like that's the whole thing.
Architect, wasn't he?
No,
I'm sorry.
That's Fountainhead. No, John Galt.
Oh yeah, let's be sure I get my Ayn Rand right because at 4 in the morning because
No, John Galt was just competent, but he wasn't, the main guy. Rand, not Rand. Reardon, Hank Reardon was the Titan of industry. And he was the guy who John Galt was, they all wanted the Titans of industry to leave. John Galt was just a very competent worker, but he had never risen to the station of being one of the Titans.
And Nick, you've probably anticipated this. I'm sorry to interrupt, but somebody mentioned something on the stream. You do expect those lunatics to be making a concentrated effort to get you deplatformed over the next week.
Oh, I'm not super worried about them.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it. I just that was
yeah. But no, so you'd never know who John Galt is. He would just be John Galt represented the competent worker. That's his archetype. That's who he's supposed to be. And the idea is that the competent middle class would all quit as well. Architect of Fate says, Ty, do you have an unclaimed Scottish male offspring? I see an eerie similarity between you and the Nazi pug mad lad Count Dankula.
Okay, as far as I know, no.
No.
But I have no idea what that reference means. So.
Matthew Harder says, Nick and Ty went on a drive tipsy, caught a couple doing some kind of standing Kama Sutra. I screamed, woo! They hopped in their car and drove away scared. I prevented a pregnancy inadvertently. Phoenix Lord Azerman says, Ty. Oh, wait, we read that one. We're almost done. Gray Jedi says.
No, I'm sorry. I am starting to kind of go off.
No, we gotta get through this. It's getting really late. Hey, Ty, ever heard of pepperoni and crust pizza? Not with cheese and not with sauce. Someone sent this to me the other day. They went to a pizza place. They ordered 2 different pizzas, a pepperoni pizza and a cheese pizza. The pepperoni pizza came out, was literally just crust with pepperonis on it. No cheese, no sauce.
I think that sort of misses the point, doesn't it?
That pizza place should burn to the ground as justice.
They certainly owe some pretty serious Hail Marys, because that is a mortal sin, I think.
Philibooty says, how did we lose the right? A mass pew-pewing and a mass media scare with a fresh conservative warning, wanting to be liked, and they rushed it through. He also says,
so y'all have rhinos too.
Philibooty says, we can get pew-pews here in Oz, or Australia, but need a reason to own one. Shits and giggles is a reason, but need to be a member of a club for a period of time. So you sound kind of like California and Hawaii.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's theoretical.
Phoenix Lord Asserman says, I tip my hat to you, Ty. I will gladly watch some John Wayne movies tomorrow in your honor.
Thank you, sir.
JJ Joestar says, Megan Rapinoe is the closest thing to a man without transitioning. So anyway, have either of you seen the early 90s action film?
That's harsh but fair.
Have any of you seen the early 90s action film Stone Cold? Pretty good. I don't remember that one.
I remember it. I don't think I ever saw it, but I remember it. I remember that.
Kulfi 2A Wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, Nick, in late July, Splatterball will release the SB 1200, a 1200 round drum magazine version. Also, yes. Also, if balls.
That's just sheer awesome. I'm going to have to get one.
Yeah, they're great.
I mean,
also, if balls.
Automatic weapons are fun.
I think I'll do a review of it on my other channel. Also, if balls is a choice on Fudas, a more important question is hairy or non-hairy. Non-hairy on a Fuda.
Is that necessary?
Spigot
really?
84 says, Lori Lightfoot, Victoria's Secret. Thank you, Nick. You have forever made me impotent. Wasn't me. Tom Bomb.
Yeah, well.
Tom Bombadrill says, my normie friends took 2 sessions for character creation once. Also, Warhammer role plays will always be superior.
That is a game that everybody probably ought to play, because it is a weird British take. Okay, it's just a British take. I mean, but it's like a 40K version of a fantasy role playing game. I mean, it's hard to explain, but it's got that same just sort of completely off kilter. It's a game where being a rat catcher is actually a viable character. I'm serious, deadly serious. It's a strange game, and it's fun. I mean, it requires a very good game master, though, I think.
Synapse says, as someone who appreciates the fighting chess of D&D, Pathfinder remains my favorite of its sort. Still prefer Exalted and Mage to D&D, though. Alman John 1 says, is college debt one of the causes of inflation? It's the cause of inflation of college costs.
Yeah. Now, it seems as though pouring trillions of dollars into the economy while enacting policies designed to reduce productivity causes prices to go up.
Yeah,
Now,
that'll
I
do
just
it.
don't know why no one saw that coming.
Yeah.
I mean, because it can't be that complicated.
Amateur Ant says, at this point, I trust Putin more than the Democrat Party and their propaganda, so-called free press news agencies. Persona non grata says, hello, Nick. Hello, Ty. Great seeing you on as always. I'd watch a money podcast any day. Peace and love to both you and your families.
You're very kind. You and the 14 other people that would. We do love you.
Architect of Fate says, Ty, I know I said in the message with the cane to bonk Nick, but if work comes first, I absolve you of your obligation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wick Dipper says, suffer not the Fuda to breed, spay and neuter you Fuda. Scarfy the Strange says, are you going to cover the Earth2.io controversy? Maybe. I don't know anything about it, but people have been sending me stuff, so I got to see. Not So Handsome Jack says, discipline is important in a child's development. People nowadays lack plenty of it. My parents always quoted the phrase, spare the rod, spoil the child.
Like a lot of aphorisms, that one needs context.
Yes, it really does.
Discipline, I'll say it this way. I had a lousy father. I mean, an abusive, lousy father. But I'll say this. I don't resent my father, mother, or any of the family members that gave me beatings when I really either honestly deserved them or, hey, look, it sure did look like I did it. But the one thing that I will never be able to reconcile, truthfully, is the incidences of intentional cruelty or meanness. So don't do that to your child, right? And
right.
The problem with discipline is if you're not very, very careful, you can let your own frustration and anger turn a legitimate discipline into something very ugly that will take your child a long time, if ever, to get over. So just discipline, you're right, discipline is required, but don't overplay it, because the damage that you do you'll regret that.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Rainbow Flash Pride Month Extraordinaire says, hey, Ty, I hope you're enjoying Pride Month.
Absolutely.
Nix Hex says,
what are we proud of?
Tell Ty to... so much. Tell Ty to watch the Battle of May Island, the latest episode of Down the Rabbit Hole.
Okay. Interesting title.
Architect of Fate says, Ty and Nick, with a 1,200 round mag, you and Ty should host a great IRL competition. Winner gets one court case representation. That sounds interesting.
We could probably work with that concept.
Mario Carter says, Alex Jones is a modern day Cassandra, cursed to accurately predict the future while no one believes him. Fuck Simps says in Trump voice, those simps on Twitch and OnlyFans are all artards. The Bunny Ranch is the better use of money. Also, Nikki, you suck at shilling locals. Get on Robert Barnes's level and shill your Ridge wallet and grift them simps for Ridge wallet. I got to do another Ridge ad sometime very soon. Sanders Rand says, Ty, help a single guy out. Don't you know any single Christian ladies who want to date someone who works for your favorite Babylon Bee News?
Dude, you ought to be able to make some mileage out of that. Am I
so?
hearing this right? He's an employee at the Babylon Bee?
Yep.
Oh, come on, man. Get your butt out to... Dude, get to Republican Party meetings. Become a speaker for Republican women's groups. That is the key to a massive number of locks. Just do it.
Just go to a church group and talk about the funny Babylon Bee stuff that you've done.
I'm literally unable to narrow it down because the potential is so huge. No, seriously, there are Republican women's groups in every county and every state in the United States, and they would love to hear you speak, because one thing about it is the Babylon Bee is the star, I think, of the Republican media constellation right now. I mean, because they are insanely funny. And wickedly hilarious. And man, dude, you got to leverage that.
That one guy says,
I'll be disappointed at a distance if I find out that you didn't, get that fringe benefit.
That one guy says, on the second round of depositions, please ask Monica if her iPhone recognizes that snout. I'm really curious about how that works. That one guy says, by the way, Ty, you should try Battle Brothers on the PC. It's an old school-esque D&D style war game with a hexagon grid and grounded squad-based tactics. It can screw you ridiculously sometimes, but you can play casually by reloading saves. Might find it fun. So Battle Brothers is the game.
Battle Brothers. Okay.
He also says, continued on Battle Brothers. It also has a medieval atmosphere, and the writing for some of the quests and events can be dark, uplifting, or outright hilarious, all without breaking atmosphere. Very underrated. Also, you just campaign. There's no preset story. Fallen Phoenix Drazar says, I
like Sandbox.
If you want Breaking Buck, you need to talk to Josh. His review of it was fantastic and should still be up on the Kiwi Farms archive. That one guy says, yeah, consent is required because our country started on the basis of our colonies removing their consent due to lack of representation. Can't imagine why internet leftists drone on endlessly about consent but don't think governments require any, huh? And
That's a good point.
Joshua Sanabria says, okay, guys, I finally went and looked up what a FUTA is, and I don't get it. How can the Federal Unemployment Tax Act have balls or no balls? It's a good question. It's a good question.
No.
All right.
It's not a good question.
We've gone way too long.
Yes, we have.
You need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. No Twitch tonight. Thank you, guys.
But as always, it's a great time. Thoroughly enjoy these things.
Yeah, me too.
My cane thanks you too.
Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. As you know, there will not be an outro music tonight because I can't really do it with a guest. I mean, I could probably set it up, but I'm not really interested in doing that right now.
Right,
and
because it's all about you, isn't it?
Well, I always just, by the time I'm thinking about it, which is now, I will forget by the time that I'm not tired enough to work on it, which is later. So, Uy 99 says peace, and Blaine 20 says, Ty, what would you ask Ron if you had the chance to go round 2?
Oh, just give your imagination scope.
We'll worry about that if round 2 ever shows up. All right, guys, thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Goodbye, folks. Guys be men. Guys be men.
And as always, the John Beck says, no joke, Ty. Thanks for the post-election pep talk. And as always, guys, peace. Peace.